Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Suppose welcome back to Middle Earth. We're gonna get to these ring rates here. I had been doing some of the... Here, let's grab one of these. We've been working on those Lazy Squire miniatures. I just wasn't quite able to get a couple of the smaller infantry ones ready to go today. Couldn't figure out which bases go to which one. Boy, look at that. That's all dry. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, look at this. I mean, the whole thing is dry. And look at that. So Armored Wolf, I don't know if you saw that thing I just sent you. Sorry I couldn't send you actually a link. Hey there, Landrast. Um, I don't know. There's been a couple of micro, what do we want to call it? The mica flakes and various pigment powders keep showing up in my Instagrams. I've been trying to do screen capture so I can look at those later. So hey Landrast, you might be seeing some Payne's Gray there, but oh wait a minute. Let me move these guys over here. So we can see this. So, yeah, this was pretty fun. I have to say, big old pieces of tree bark. The idea, Landrast in armor, was a waterfall coming down here, kind of going like this. So obviously, I mean, this is not exactly the forbidden pool. I mean, obviously that way. Maybe the forbidden pool's over here, or something like that. But these casualties from Printing Goes Ever On were pretty nifty, right? And then the basing bits there. So I figured we could use this for Faramir right here. This could be very fun. Now, I don't know if this is going to stay. All this marble stuff here, believe it or not, I painted this at ReaperCon out of primer years ago. And by years ago, I mean like 7, 8 years ago, maybe more like 10 years ago. So that might go away. But I was thinking water effects here, and then I might try to do the UV resin. See if, because this is such a short little thing right here, maybe I can make the UV resin work for this somehow. Like actually let it literally fall over the side and try and freeze it, or well, bake it, I guess you would say, as it's literally falling over the side. Have no idea if it's going to work. It could fail hideously. It probably will, but you know, we can give it a try, right, Landrast Armored Wolf? I might even do a little bit with the, I don't know, some of our heavy gloss gel first to give it a guide, like something to adhere to. But I thought this could be really fun doing a waterfall type of thing. And then of course again we got ourselves some orchids. Oh, they never did get the primer over there. No big deal. We can do that at some point. Now this one, oh yeah, this is the Payne's Gray one. I got Payne's Gray on the palette. It's sitting. Oh, it's sitting over here. Sitting right over here. Hey, Bench Guy and M. Tellies, how you doing? Welcome back to Hey Bench Guy. Look at this. You actually get to see something from the beginning instead of kind of halfway through or whatever. So this should be hopefully very cool for you. Again, we have Payne's Gray out on the palette. I mean, we'll see how that's going to work. Let me just start grabbing brushes here. Let me just start slapping stuff on here. How's about some Van Dyke Brown? Actually, we got that Italian Roman Black Earth stuff in there too. Also have some Mars Black out here. We'll just start firing this in there. So M. Tellies, I hope that you are doing fantastic as always. And same thing there, Bench Guy. More tree bark. Actually, I have torn through the tree bark at record pace. So actually, Loim is going to be sending me more, I think. Because, well, I mean, this took up a fair amount just by itself. All of those Numenorian figures with the tree bark, could have based them and then some with just the amount of tree bark we used here. Actually, geez, M. Tellies, I thought I saw your post from today. Well, actually, M. Tellies, if you've got that posted to Instagram, could you, well, I mean, there's, maybe wait till there's more folks in the chat or something like that. But M. Tellies, if you want to post that, that'd be fantastic. That would be super, of course, as always. Here, let me get rid of that piece of fuzz. I almost grabbed that Payne's Gray sitting over there. Now, oh, we have Payne's Gray from Williamsburg, Payne's Gray from Windsor Newton over there. There's a Valfera. We've got a Valfera sighting at last. Valfera, I hope that today's a little bit better than yesterday. Sometimes, well, sometimes progress is lateral, right? Right, Valfera? I mean, you hope it's not as lateral as as it's been. It's been a little bit too lateral, right? Well, it's been more like a it's been more like a on fire roller coaster with people shooting at you the entire time. Oh, and it's also underwater. Yes. How does that work? So MTOW is that the big giant thing that oh gosh. I don't know if it was Spiky Bits or something like that posted this. Is it like a is it one of those, say, $180 kits or something like that that's about maybe 8, 9 inches tall? It's got some wings on it. Well, Valfera, that's a Monday for you. Now, Valfera, would you say that's minimal Monday compared to the 3 years worth of Mondays you had just a couple of weeks ago? Yeah, minimal Monday is what we're looking for. I don't know if Valfera, have we reached a point where that is a minimal Monday? It's like, oh, I just lost my keys. It's like, oh, part of the roof caved in. Phew, that's no problem. That's just, we'll deal with that. No problem. Thank you so much, Bench Guy. I appreciate that. Hello there, Yukiverse. Nice to see you back. Nice to see you back. So everybody please check out the Insta link that M. Chelly has posted. Now, we're going to keep this simple. Oh, by the way, I do have some other infantry here. I might hit this with the pre-glaze as well, just so that we kind of have that multiple stage thing. Hey, Gossick, how you doing? Yeah, boy, that's all we can expect, right? Or hope for, is to survive Monday. Yeah, you don't thrive on Monday, you survive Monday. You hope you're only dealing with one or two or three, right, Valfera? That's about the best we can hope for. Valfera, I'm telling you, I lost stuff today. Not just one thing, but multiple things. There's things I still don't actually know where they are today that I should know because I just had them in my hands yesterday. Oh, so that's the new World Eater Primarch Agron. He just got a new miniature. Okay, so that's the one M. Telly's. Well, I mean, sure, no, not dismissing yours there. And everybody, please again check out that Insta link. But holy smokes, yeah, that looked really huge. Thank you so much, Yukiverse. Now, it's going to be interesting with such a well. Now here's the rest of. This was a basing video that I did. We based all of these things all at the same time. The prints are the Wraiths themselves are prints from Khurzluk Miniatures. Then all of the trees, all that spooky foliage and stuff, that is from Make It Epic Basing. Everything else is tree bark. And some of my homemade texture paste. Now here's some other race that we did on stream. I just thought, well, let's get back to some race because, we certainly need 25 ring race, don't we? Because, that you can certainly have legally an army of 25 ring race in Lord of the Rings. So Gossick, was that... it's interesting you should mention that because Kathy, Wednesday is going to be her day at the infusion clinic. Now, how long was your day there, Gossick? Because, it depends. If they have to also do things like a bag of magnesium and other stuff, then it gets, that adds another hour or so. No matter what, it's minimum 6 to 7 hours. Hopefully yours is not that long. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Yeah, Grand Oracle, we only just started doing the pre-glaze stuff. Oh, look at that. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Hey, Grand Oracle, check this out. Speaking of tree bark, so I just filmed this last night. So this is for a painting contest, and you literally had to have at least this type of proof of existence today. So there was no way I could film a video and do that. So I said, the heck with it, we're going to make a video of that process, because how many times have I said, oh, I'm going to try and do videos of painting contest stuff. So this is a genuine painting contest figure. Printing goes ever on casualties, Make It Epic Trees, Diwali Faramir. So this is a chance for Faramir to show his quality. And what I really would like to do is see if I can maybe get that that UV light going with the resin and see if we can make a waterfall out of that. Like literally let this stuff go down. Hey there, Drax and Dubruk. How you doing? Everybody please give Drax a follow, because if you give Drax a follow, so Drax, tonight in about 2 hours 40 minutes you'll be streaming, right? So again, everybody, please give Drax a follow, and you'll be doing more MCP stuff, right? Thank you so much, Black Skull. Appreciate that. Because Drax, you got a whole bunch of those to do, like 30 something of those. Yeah, okay. So there you go. So if you want to see some Marvel Crisis Protocol, go. Please give Drax a follow. There you go. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Let me see. Actually, I want to see Gossic's. I gotta scroll up to see it though. So about 4 hours. So yeah, Gossic, we've got all the pre stuff, right? The steroid, the anti-nausea, then the Benadryl, and that takes a couple hours by itself. Then there's the Taxol, which takes 3 hours, and then there's the cope, which is the Kobe, which is at the end, and that takes another half an hour, I think. Yeah. Now, Gussie, do you have a port? Well, I shouldn't be asking that out in public, but she had to have the port thing there to make that even possible. Now, what was just made possible? Was that a little choo-choo that I see? Is that a choo-choo? There you go. There it is. It's coming right for you. Look out. Look out. There it goes. Hype train. Hype train. I think that's a level 2. What happens with a level 2? I'm not sure. What could that mean? Uh-oh. Hype train. Hype train. There it is. Hype train. Hype train. Thank you so much. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. Bench guy. Ooh, bench guy. Bench guy just went straight to HIMARS. Actually, bench guy might have gone to tactical nuclear weapons on that particular bits creep right there. Okay, Gossic. Yeah, with the veins being as they are, basically after the first session, they said, no, you really need to do the port thing, which is, again, unfortunate, but you do what you have to do, right? Right, Gossic? I mean, it's not ideal. Now, the Benadryl really puts her to sleep and actually really messes with the memory. I mean, like, seriously messes with the memory. Now, I'm going to use the smaller brush here, and we're going to go a little combo here of maybe Mars Black and the Payne's Gray. Maybe not even throw that much thinner on there. I don't know. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle Bench Guy. Appreciate that. I think we're almost at a level 5 there. Hey, Megan. How you doing there, Megan? Well, actually, I know how you're doing. I know how you're doing. Wish it was a little bit different. Wish it was a bit different for you. Now again, we're gonna say, well, there's this horse, but there's also an iron horse, courtesy of Grand Oracle. Oh, there it is. Wait. Let me get this a little bit different here. Let's just have this kind of go slowly across the tracks. There it is. There it is. Uh-oh, look out. Look out. There it is. Hype train. Hype train. Right in your face. There it is. Hype train. Thank you so much, Voiceful of Karma. Appreciate that. I'll give that a little bit of a salute there. Yeah, gosh, there was only one time where, let's say the person wasn't terribly experienced, I think, and they just sort of yanked it out, and as we're walking out of the facility, and of course this is like 5-something o'clock when everybody else is leaving, let's just say that she noticed a certain red liquid going all over her chest. That was not bueno. Yeah, I still have to wash that out of that particular shirt. Not looking forward to that. So thank you so much, Bench Guy. Voiceful of Karma. Appreciate that. Let me see. So I just want to make sure we're getting everybody's there. Hey there, Shock21, how you doing? The chat's scrolling pretty fast. I just want to make sure we're not missing anybody there. I think we're okay. Thanks, Bench Guy. Appreciate that. So Drax, how many? Well, you had 36, right? So Drax, tonight, I believe. Well, it's almost the last. It's basically the last of the cranberry ginger ale. Now we have more Kraken, but I think by the next stream it's going to be the blackberry ginger ale in the Kraken. So it's going to be a little bit less red. It's going to be a little bit darker, kind of more of a dark brownish type color. Hey, Marty Mar, thank you so much, Bench Guy. Oh, look at that. Cold Touch actually gets some. Cold Touch is going to get a little bit of that. Here, let's make sure that we have Hype Train. Bingo. There it is. Hype Train. Hype Train. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Again, Grand Oracle, Marty Mar, Bench Guy, being all stars. Yeah, Drax, typically I guess if you're saying, okay, which one would you prefer? It would be the blackberry ginger ale, but unfortunately, especially lately, I just haven't been able to even get to the store at all. So I just don't have any of that around. And I just basically kind of go, all right, well, what's there? If it's the cherry or the cranberry, that's okay. I mean, really, they're almost about the same. They're not that much different. There's just something about the blackberry ginger ale. It might just be the fact that it says blackberry ginger ale. It may not even be the taste. Now, Gossuk, that would be a challenge to eat that Hype Train cookie, because that Hype Train cookie is about as solid as this. Arid, how you doing? So Arid's going to also join the Bits Creek. If everybody could please give Aridican Wife a follow. You also got to give Megan Paints a follow. So Megan, if you haven't already posted your link tree in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. And of course, Arid, if you want to post your Pinstagram, as always, that's fine. Well, Arid, how long was that stream that you did the other night? I know you also did another really long stream too. So how long was that stream that you did the other day? Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Now, where are we at here? Because I swear we had a level 7. Didn't we have a level 7 maybe the Friday stream last week? Okay, I thought so, Arid. I thought that was a long one right there. So everybody please give Aridican Wife a follow. Hey, Arid, I know in that stream you were talking about looking forward to the new digs and having, shall we say, a little bit more space for you and Aridican Games to be able to do your streaming and your all of your stuff there, all your artwork and the bricks. So everybody also, if you could please give Aridican Games a follow. Also, there's Megan's link tree right there. So Drax, are these more minions or are these some special characters here? Because I know we had a ton of minions to do. I wasn't sure special character-wise if there was some of those snuck in with the minions. Let me see. I think so it is a hype level 6. So thanks everybody. Actually, what is it? The 13th right now. So yeah, by the time this stream gets into the 14th, so this is actually, let's put it this way, this is actually an ideal time to be generating the hype trains because of when Twitch is going to calculate stuff. So anything from tonight should count greatly. Hey there, Deck Knight, how you doing? Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. So, Arid, is there... I guess... I'm just trying to think what are some of the deal breakers where, you know, things could be really, really good, and then there's one thing where you just say, you know, let's say maybe it's less ideal space for doing Twitch streams, but everything else is 100% of what you want. Speaking of 100%, Hey, look at this. It says all-time record shattered. Well, if we're going to shatter an all-time record, well, I don't have that many hands, but let me see if I can do this here. Let's see if we can do this here. Oops. It's an all-time record shatter. There it is. That means there's a hype train, double hype train, double hype train coming at ya. Hype train. There it is. Hype train. Hey, Big Jim Slade, how you doing? Where is our Big Jim? There he is. He's like, I don't think I can ask for a quarter from this thing. Everybody, please give Big Jim Slade a follow. Thank you so much, Bench Guy. And of course, everybody, please give Big Jim Slade a follow, because this is a spitting image of Big Jim Slade. Actually, this is more like Big Jim Slade than Big Jim Slade. Totally, exactly just like him. So Slade, were you going to be streaming that, what is that game called that you've been playing with the 50-foot skeleton? And then you do have to explain that to me. So Black Skull, believe it or not, all kidding aside, this was meant to be terrain for my bolt action battle reports. I want to say this is about 1/50th scale. Where's my... Here we go. Because if I wanted to do things like Stalingrad or rail yards or something like that, I wanted to have a rail yard. American Flyer was the only thing that was close to the right scale. Actually, it's a bit more of the right scale than this. However, one American Flyer engine costs about $1 billion. This, plus the coal tender, plus the track, and a couple of cars, passenger cars or freight cars, depending on which set you get, was more about $27, maybe less than that. So I got actually about 3 of these kits. I think I got 2 or 3 of these. I still want to paint one of these on stream, but it was actually for my bolt action games. So it's roughly bolt action scale. It's maybe about 5 to 8% too small. I wish it was just a little bit bigger, but for an operational train, seriously, I mean, it works, right? I mean, it works. And there's several links of track that come with it. All you need is just a couple of batteries. Hey, Blades, how you doing? Blades, I wasn't sure. Did you do a raid there, Blades? Because there's been a little bit of activity right here. Everybody, if you could please give Blades a follow, and of course, Blades, if you want to post a link to anything that you've been doing. So it's where the water tastes like wine. So Big Jim Slade, Kathy said there was a whole story about why you're represented by a 50-foot skeleton walking around. She said she didn't want to go into the explanation of that. Black Skull, actually, it wouldn't have been too bad for that. It's kind of like, well, it's about 1940-ish, wouldn't you say? 1930s, 1940s technology. So it's pretty close. Oh, here, let me get a little bit of indigo. That's the Williamsburg indigo. We've been using Payne's Gray. Payne's Gray. Blades, actually, now, does it actually come through? Because there's a part of me that keeps thinking that you can't really hear it all that much. I was hoping that you could actually hear that sound. I'm just not quite sure. Bench Guy, the one thing that I've never worked with at all is HO scale. I've seen N scale. I've even seen a little tiny bit of O scale. Obviously, the S scale is what I've seen the most of. But I've never seen anything in HO scale, of all things, right? That's like the most common ever. Haven't seen much of that at all. Sorry about that, Valfera. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So Grand Oracle, I have both of the Payne's Grays out here. We have the Williamsburg. I've been mostly doing a little bit of the Payne's Gray from Winsor Newton and the Mars Black from Williamsburg. So thanks, Valfera. Sorry if I missed that. The chat has been flowing pretty darn quickly. So sorry if I missed anybody's anything, of course. You can always do a highlight my message or something like that too. Valfera, we definitely will need some of that. Boy, Valfera, I'm telling you, there's times, and of course, you know, the person that has chemo brain is always looking at me with a kind of a very scared look when I just have my phone in my hand, and about 40 seconds later, I can't find it. That's not an exaggeration or a hyperbole. That is a wow. I just had that phone in my hand less than a minute ago. I have no idea where it is now. To the point where it can take me 25 minutes, half an hour to find it. One last choo-choo. Now, I was going to use the Weeping Angel, but as I went to grab it, don't blink because this is what's going to happen. The other eye is gone. So I have to figure out where that eye went because that's gone right now. Like, where the heck did it go? Hey there, Freedom for Mars. Oh, Freedom for Mars needs this. There you go. There's Mars. Well, also Sauron. But there's Mars. There's your Tharsis range of volcanoes. And, of course, there's Mariner Valley. And, of course, you have your polar caps. Some of the chaotic terrain to the south. Your more flat terrain to the north. So thank you so much for joining us again. Freedom for Mars. Ooh, you know what I have to get? I have to get the flag from the Martian flag. Wow, look at this! Holy smokes, that's just the Mars Black and the Van Dyke Brown. Look at that spin on there. 20 minutes. Okay, so here's a little. Yeah, look at that. That's 20 minutes worth. But the Expanse, I really got to get that. The Freedom from Mars says that maybe Sauron for Martian president, not a bad thing. Boy, well, Valfera especially now, did the meds kind of also mess with the memories? I would imagine there's a little bit of that too. So yeah, Gossick, the Benadryl really causes some memory things. To the point where I'll be like, yeah, they do this every single time. This is the process. But yet, it's kind of like she's seeing it for the first time. Hey, Paint Liquor. Well, nice to see you for however long you can stay here. So, Blades, I saw you were painting some more on that same piece. And, Blades, if you wanted to post any links to that in the chat, please go in. If you haven't already done so, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody, please give Blades and Megan and Drax those follows. Okay, we're just going to wipe some of this off here, but look at how much of that stays behind. And look at this. That's where we were. Talking about a zenithal priming, or you could just do this. Guess what? All of this is wet. When we do our dry brushy stuff into this, we're mixing with this. We're working with that pre-glaze instead of just wiping it out. Boy, Grand Oracle, it's like an eraser, right? It's just like an eraser. Oh, well, that's fine, Blades. Go ahead and post. I know you posted the pictures of the figure you painted before that. And I think you posted some work in progress, right? Of what that looked like after your last stream, before this one. Gossick, yeah, there was one time where, well, this thing here, the radiation thing, that office called as they were given the Benadryl, and she actually asked the person on the phone, do I sound like I'm drunk? Because she was genuinely concerned about that, because it really, I mean, they're giving you enough to really have an effect. Now again, we're hoping that the reduced dosage, she did the blood testing today. We haven't heard anything yet. It's 9:41, so we're not going to hear anything today. We're hoping that means that levels are high enough to be able to go ahead with Wednesday. Now look at this. All right, there you go. So primer, here's our pre-glaze not wiped away, but look at the difference. just wiping away that pre-glaze mix. And again, what this does is it sets up our midtones and the shadow areas, which now we can go in with those filbert brushes, some of which are provided by Megan. We can go in with those and then get some of those lighter lights in there. Yeah, Gossick, we're kind of hoping there could be some delays this time around because, weird enough, she might have gained a pound or two. And of course, they weigh you beforehand and they will make that concoction based on your weight down to the ounce. So this could be a really long day Wednesday. It could be like an 8-9 hour day, which I'm not looking forward to. Hey there, Hope Mini Paints. Hope Mini Paints, if you could please also post some links in the chat to all the fabulous stuff you've been doing with the oils. Hey Valfira, I know it's been a long time since you've had a chance to post some of your previous stuff in the chat. So if you wanted to do that too, all of your really cool LED stuff. I was reminded of you today. Something showed up. It was more about a resin pour of water, but they had LEDs inside that resin pour. And it just made me think of you because of all the LED work there, basically embedded LEDs. So if you want to see some really nifty LED work, if Valfera can post a link, that'd be sensational. Now, that's mostly the Mars Black. There's a little bit of the Payne's Gray from Winsor Newton in here, but most of that's wiped away now. So it takes a while to get yours ready to go to infuse Goss. Okay. Hey, Nixo, how you doing? Thanks so much for posting the link to that Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. We got a Paintwater sommelier in town. So, after you check out Holt Mini Paints, some Facebook and Instagram links, please check out Valfera's links that are coming up. And Paintwater, if you could please post yours. So Paintwater, I've seen some of your posts, so I think maybe it was last week or earlier this week. No, it was last week, because it's Monday. I know you posted some pictures of your fabulous projects there, which, again, looking amazing. Look at this. See how absorbent that tree bark is? That's pretty cool, right? Megan, these have been really fantastic, these Royal Langnickel filbert brushes right here. Yeah, Hope Mini, again, everybody please check that out. And again, see all the really amazing stuff that Hope Mini has going on there. Now, here we're going to try and create, this is our Radiant Gray, right? That's our green and our Radiant Violet. Now, let me just get down here, get this in position. Look where my hand is on this thing. None of this, right? You ain't going to be able to do a dry brush thing like that. Nope, not at all. So everybody please check out the amazing, again, fantastic LED lighting work there by Valfera. Yeah, the only Royal Langnickel brushes I had seen, these were the ones that Armored Wolf had found. And this is a set of, I think, 30. We also have the flat brush version of those too. I believe it's 5 different, it's either 6 varieties of 5 each, or it's 6 each of 5 varieties. I think it might be the 6 of the 5. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've looked at the package. But the Royal Langnickels, I mean, and those are just the craft brushes. Not bad. Not bad at all. So again, this is just tree bark. And then the basing trees, basing bits by Make It Epic Basing. Used hot glue to glue everything together. Let me tell you, that's the one thing I wish I had known about from the start, because man, does it make it so much easier. Now here's my latest tutorial video for the Patreon page. After the stream, I'm going to be editing this. So a little diorama, once again, look at that. Tree bark, some casualties by Printing Goes Ever On, and then some more of those same Make It Epic Basing branches and trees. This is by Diwali. Right here, that's Faramir. We're going to do a waterfall thing here. So this next video in this series is going to be me painting the base and then doing all the flock and foliage and hopefully, successfully, doing all of the resin waterwork, but with 3D printable resin. Well, Valfera, I just like people to see anything that you've done, even in the last year or two. Look at how dark that is. That used to be. See this that light green there. The whole brush was like that. The whole brush was like that. Now we're gonna change this up here. We're gonna grab ourselves some of this here radiant blue. Where my hand is on the brush. So Khurzluk, I really do. Anybody that has to deal with infusion stuff, you have my salutes right there, because that is not the easiest thing in the world to go through. That's actually one of the more difficult things in the world to go through. So anybody that can endure that, especially on a regular basis, though I make the bows and the kudos to anybody that can do that. Look at this. Just again, see that darker color getting on that brush there? Doesn't take much, does it? And of course, let's say we want to start to shift this color around. We could say, you know what, how's about a little brilliant yellow pale over here? Because you thought that was light. That was just a mid-tone. Well, maybe a light mid-tone. Now we just threw some yellow onto that brush. We can do some rust here. So we're going to do a little bit of a pin line wash to get a bit of a rusted appearance, or a look at that. There's that darker color again. So everybody, again, please check out Holt Mini Paint's links, Valfera's links. Paintwater Sommelier also has a link. Is that to the Instas there? That's to the Instagrams. So Paintwater, yeah, all of your terrain stuff. I mean, you know how much I love terrain. Now, I know Tea Kettle has something that they can show you. So Tea Kettle, if you want to share your post too, I know you just did one today. Actually, I might have done a couple of them today. Thank you so much, Tea Kettle. Appreciate that. And Bench Guy, again, thanks for all of the gift subs. As always, you know how huge that is. So Nixel, it's a little bit kind of thing. Well, here, you know what? It's a little bit like this, kind of like a bluish sort of a light here. So don't be surprised if we actually mix a little bit of Prussian blue into our light. So almost, I don't know, kind of like a sort of moonlight type of a thing. So, and hey, Nixel, have you been able to get back into Valheim again? I know that was, I think the last time I actually had a chance to chat with you, that was something that you were thinking about doing. You know, getting back into the Valheim stuff. Now I know which one this is. It's this one. Aha. Because I saw this symbol here on the horse. So that's actually this guy. But look at that color difference. Look at that color difference. So what I actually might do is start to infuse a little bit of the... let me see if I can get one of these brushes. Alright, that's the Williamsburg Payne's Gray. And when we say dry brush, we seriously mean dry brush. We mean very little paint at all on that brush. Everybody please check out Tea Kettle's Instagram link there. If you could, please go ahead and do that. Khurzluk, I wish I could play that thing. I mean, well, I guess I should recategorize that. I would love to build stuff in that. If I could just do all the cheat keys and get all of the materials to build all the different things, I would just spend hour after hour after hour building. I would build an Edoras, but Valheim style. Seriously, I mean, not just the Medjugorje, but all of Edoras. I would totally do that in Valheim style. I would actually build I'd build a Minas Tirith Valheim style. That would absolutely be a blast. Let me see. I think I have somewhere. There's my Yeah. See, I would totally do that Valheim style. I would even sculpt the landscape so that it kind of looked like that, and then build Meduseld and everything else on top of it. Sadly, there is zero time for that. So Nixel, what is that called? The developer mode. So Nixel, you can fly, so that you don't have to sit there and build a whole bunch of ladders and other weird stuff like that just to be able to get up on top of the roof and do that stuff. Gossip, if you can, if if you don't mind, if you build some LOTR stuff, if you don't mind, shoot me the Instagram links or some Instagram pics of that. I would certainly love to see that. Yeah, Nick. So the only time I'd seen people flying was so Kathy had played some build videos, and I mean this guy was building like a three-story hotel. Another guy was building a giant bridge, and by a giant bridge I mean like Golden Gate Bridge. It was that big. And hey, Slade. And hopefully you haven't gotten too tired of that too. Uh, yeah, Nixel, I've seen the. I know Misco built like basically a port. He essentially built like a port city for people to. And there's like four. There's four boats there, or something like that, just waiting for it there. Well, Bench Guy, thank you so much for everything. So Bench Guy, just so you know that I never know about the Thursday, Friday, Saturday streams after a treatment session. But in any case, Bench Guy, I'm just going to give you one more salute there. And just in case Thursday gets a little bit weird, like last Thursday, well, 3 Thursdays ago was, and I don't get to see you in the chat. So you see how we kind of brought back some of our darks, but not just that. It has a little bit of a bluish tint to it. So see how we're kind of changing the tint of this? Look at this. That's how much paint is on the brush. You see this and you say, wait a minute, that's making way more change on the miniature than it is over here. What's the deal? That's because oil paint is so easy to apply. It's so smooth, as opposed to acrylics, which you essentially have to thin with water if you want them to apply a little bit easier. Look at this. See that? See, it has a little bit of a bluish tint now. Well, Bench Guy, again, I hope that you can have some more fun building some figures and some model kits with the Prodigy there. Because, I mean, I know we joke about it, the family that builds their paints together stays together, but that's true. No doubt about it. It really is. So Tea Kettle, great to see you. And I think you had a chance to share your links, right, Tea Kettle? Again, I want to make sure everybody has a chance to share their stuff because that's what makes Twitch a real special thing, let me tell you. All right, again, dropping in some of our darks here. We want to try and get some warm colors and other stuff in here. So a little bit. We also maybe want to get a little bit of our some mud spatter, some dirt-ish, something like that. Boy, Freedom from Mars, it doesn't really matter what you're doing, right? Whether it's something like a bust like this or something absolutely crazy like this right here, doesn't matter what the color scheme is, whether it's large scale, small scale, and by small scale I mean like Flames of War or smaller. Doesn't matter what it is, the oils are just absolutely perfect for it. I think we're all caught up, aren't we? I think we're all caught up. Now here I'm going to try something a little bit different. Okay, there we go. Look at that little Terra Rosa. My hand is on that brush. Nowhere near that ferrule. No siree. More of a dry brushy stuff going on. Just trying to take that tree a little bit further away from what the cloaks are. Again, that has a little bit of bluish coloration to it, yes. A little bit of a bluish coloration. Now that is the Payne's Gray from Williamsburg versus the Payne's Gray from Winsor Newton, which is very red, like really red. Yeah, so Megan sent these, actually just very inexpensive brushes, these Royal Langnickel, some really fabulous, kind of an alternative too. Here we go. Definitely, I think a cheaper alternative to the Princeton Filberts. I think these are both 4s. And that's a 6. Yeah, okay, you can see it. So this is a 4 from the Princeton right there. Oh, here we go. There we are. Now on our horsey, we're going to change this up a little bit more. We're going to grab some of that brown madder. See, that kind of changes that. A little bit more of a red there, a little less orange. As light as you can possibly do this. Look at that. Look at all that pre-glazed color that just got on that brush. Oh my goodness. Just gotta go back over here. Gotta get ourselves some fresh stuff. Yeah, actually, Nixel, that's why Megan has her own violet color. It's called Megan Violet. Only Megan uses it. Only Megan can use it. Megan is the only one powerful enough to wield the Megan Violet. Oh, thank you so much, Great 27. Appreciate that. Now, what do we got here time-wise? So 47 minutes in, plus 1 or 2 hype trains. And thanks everybody. I think we pushed that to at least level 7, if not an 8. Must have been to an 8 because it's at all time. So again, here's our primer. This is the pre-glaze just wiped away. Now see the tinting that's already starting to happen here. See, the rider has a little hint of blue, and you can see on the reins there, down here is actually a hint of green. The plant, and then of course the horse, and our foliage a little bit more towards the red. So yeah, Megan, these have been really, really, really impressive. So, well, thanks first for finding them. Then also thanks for sending them. Of course, Megan also was kind enough to send the Marblers fluorescent pigments. Actually, Megan, I got to send you some links to... It's another company that does... Now, this is glow-in-the-dark stuff, so it doesn't... it has kind of minimal use necessarily. But there's some more metallic pigments, pigment powders, I should say. And I got to send you links to those and see if in your searches you've actually run across those, and you can say, those are super pricey. Maybe stick with what you have. Now this should be interesting. Let me see if we can do something like this for a quick film noir. We'll do a double dose of it here. Do a double dose for Valfair. Okay, we're going to crank this down. Yeah, okay, so you can see the extra little bit of light there versus this one. But what you don't see is those little subtle colored transitions here. Let's do this again. Actually, I'm going to zoom in as well. And now we'll bring back our color here. Again, you can see that little bit of a bluishness. Here, it's just all the same. There is Zippo in the way of differences right there. Hey, She-Wolf, great to see you back. No, thank you so much, Megan. Appreciate that. Now, let's do this. It's a little bit more difficult with these things. All right, we got these two. So you can see this is the Payne's Gray from Winsor Newton. That's the Payne's Gray from Williamsburg. Kind of a bluish look. That's what we're trying to give our ring wraith here, because it's the same ring wraith. So a bit of a bluish look. That's got much more of a reddish look, and this is very neutral. So 3 different, they all look dark. 3 very different colors. Let's do this. Now, there's no warm colors, there's no cool colors, there's nothing. Value, plenty of value. They look nice and dark, don't they? But this one, remember, that's the bluer one. That's got the red. This is the neutral one. Let's bring back our color, and let's show that one more time. Kind of on the reddish side, more blue than neutral. This is the Mars Black, by the way. It's the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, and that is the Payne's Gray from Winsor Newton. So thank you so much, She-Wolf. Great to see you here. Let me see if I... Oh, all right, well, here, let's do it. Let's see what happens here. Oh boy, we just added a little bit of Indian yellow to that. Just added a smidge of Indian yellow. That's gonna go straps, cloth. So these miniatures are 3D prints from Khurzluk. They are the same folks that, remember all of our lovely, did a whole passel of these guys, right? Whole passel of those. Let me see, here's one. We did at least 6 of these on stream. So these are also from Khurzluk. And then, of course, our Army of the Dead, also Khurzluk. That was one of our army painting series. So Blades, I hope that you've been having fun with the streaming thing. Were you able to find some sort of a solution / compromise to the whole, well, I need to read the chat. However, I also need this light. I need my glasses to see this, but boy, it's a lot easier not having them to see that. So I wasn't sure. I know you had, that one stream that I got to see, you were kind of having a little bit of a debate there about what might be a good solution for some of those things. Hey there, Lamines. So Lamines, believe it or not, one of my goals, I don't think it's possible, but one of my goals is somehow after this stream is to actually try to generate at least a test print from the new machine. I don't know if it's possible. It may not work, but that is something I'm going to desperately try to do tonight. At least just print the stupid test object. So She-Wolf, I hope that you're doing really well. Well, I hope everybody's doing well. And Lamines, one more question for you. Now, the Sonic Mini 4K object, the sample object there, I didn't realize this till after I printed the stupid sample object. Other people said, oh yeah, don't print that sample object, it can destroy your FEP. Is there anything I need to know about the Mono X? And don't print the sample object that most likely comes with it. Is it a chess piece? Hey there, Artemichael. Actually, Artemichael, that question could go to you too if you know anything about the Mono X. And whatever sample object they have for printing. Hey, it's This Mechanic Games. This Mechanic Games, how are you doing? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, Lamines, I know that the Elegoo was the rook, and I'm pretty sure that also, too, the Sonic Mini 4K was the rook, too, wasn't it? It's been a long time, I don't remember. So look at this. See that? Not just lighter, but look at the tint. See, now we got that yellow. There's some yellow in there now. Now we're going to start to bring out some of this after, 1 second here. Let's break out one of our Beat up liner brushes. Okay. Let's get some Terra Rosa and some brown matter and a fair amount of thinner. Let's do some rust. Hey, Grumdy, how the heck are you doing? So, Velfero, we'll get you one more film noir on the way out. Now, we've seen a bunch of those other things. I want you to see this. These are the last two things we painted on stream. Lazy Squire Games, both of these things. Obviously, kind of a high chroma palette there and a little bit more on the muted side. Yeah. When we take down our color here, as we, our raiders are going to like, what the heck is going on here? What just happened? Look at that. Same amount of values, right? No different in the light dark, except look at this. See how that doesn't look terribly interesting anymore? Same thing with that banner, right? Doesn't look super interesting. How about we bring back our color? Like so. Oh, look. You got the reds there. You got a little bit of a bluish color there. So yeah, look at all the reds and greens. This is the limited palette thing. Seriously, there's yellows, reds, greens there. If everybody could please give Froggenstein a follow. Thank you so much for that raid. Hey, finally never. Nice to see you again. So it's hard to read the chat if your glasses are off. Blades, I'm going to try and shoot you a message after the chat about some possible solutions for that. Hey, finally never. How you doing? Great to see you back. She-Wolf, yes, this is all and the traditional artist oil paints. Seriously, traditional artist oil paints here. Where's my Gamlin color here? Let me find my Gamlin. That's not one. So just traditional artist oils right out of the tube. We're just going to grab one here. Like so. So Gamlin and Winsor Newton. These are very similar in price and quality. Good solid stuff. Now this, well, particularly the Egyptian Violet, but the Williamsburg, when they say handmade oil color, that's legit, that's real. It is better. You are going to pay, you're going to shell out a little more coin for something like that than say maybe these two, but in general it seems to be worth it. Grocery suggests it's a Maritime Labs test piece. Is it not bad to start a calibration? Of course, I don't know. I might. I'm probably gonna see if I can replicate my settings as much as I can from the Mono X to the. I'm gonna have to get used to saying the to the big boy. I'm gonna have to get used to saying that. So finally, never, great to see you again. Now, we're painting some ring rays. These are 3D printed from Khurzluk. Now, we did a basing video very recently here for the Patreon page. There might have been one or two Wraiths there. We used tree bark. We used Make It Epic basing bits. All those kind of spooky looking trees. It's all from Make It Epic basing. And then all of the Wraiths. That was I believe the January release from Khurzluk Miniatures. Absolutely fabulous stuff. We really love their stuff. Now here's some more Wraiths that we painted up on stream. Now those are ancient metal ring Wraiths from GW. Hey there, Mafi. Nice to see you. If everybody could please give Mafi a follow. So Mafi, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. So yes, we're painting a whole bunch of Wraiths here. Now, less than an hour ago, both of these guys were just like this. Just some primer. We take our darker colors, preferably ones that we say staining, put them on there. We wipe some of it away with the sponge. So we kind of get this zenithal here. However, that zenithal, see I got some black paint on my hand? That's still wet. So unlike a dead zenithal you just paint over, we have been painting with this. See this filbert brush with the lighter colors on it? You can see all these, see different tones here, more of a blue there, almost kind of a yellowish brown here, same thing on that. We can blend with that. Same thing with the skulls down here. We can blend with that. So Mafi, if you want to share any links in the chat, of course, that's fantastic. Now here's some previous painted Wraiths. All right, so this one, the primary pre-glaze color was it's called Mars Black, which is a very neutral color, but also a staining color. This was also from Williamsburg. This was their version of Payne's Gray. As you can see, very much of a bluish color. Now here's a third one. This was by Winsor Newton, which has zero staining power, almost like the opposite. It's like less than zero. However, we still made it work. Still made that work, but see how there's kind of three different color tones? It's got a little bit of a reddish tone, very much of a blue, and that's super neutral right there, very neutral. No problem, Gasco. And again, I'm glad that infusion went okay for you. Now, so tree bark basing on them. Here's that same tree bark, and well, it's the new version of Bark and Branch, wouldn't you say, Landrast? Where we have make it epic bits instead of actual branches. So we have a couple of casualties 3D printed, and then that's from Printing Goes Ever On, and then this Faramir, this is from Diwali. So again, same tree bark. We're going to do waterfalls on that, have some fun. Oh look, this is bulletin board cork. Make it epic. Again, 3D printed bits and another Khurzluk ring wraith there. So thank you so much, Mafia. Everybody for the raids, appreciate that. And Grumdy, if you could please share your fabulous links in the chat as always. So Grumdy's going to be sharing some links with you. Some incredible armies, the Lumineth, and of course the, I almost said Sisters of Battle. I'm talking about the Daughters of Cain instead, not Sisters of Battle. Now we need to get ourselves a little bit. That's gonna have to go here. This is where our lightest light's gonna go, right there. We need to get a bit here. And I think just as the raid happened, we're starting to mix up some color that we were going to use for our rust. We also got to give this horsey here some glowing eyes. I'm almost half inclined to think that this is some sort of actually leather, but I'd rather that be metal. So I'm going to give it more of a metal treatment right there. So everybody please check out that Instagram link there that Grumdy just posted. Hey Pierce, nice to see you again. Well Pierce, sometimes this is the Insomniac's corner right here. Hopefully we can help folks chill out, relax, maybe get back to sleep if needed, or if not, just again have a nice chill place to hang out. Just despite the spooky nature of some of the things that we're working on here, it's a little bit on the spooky side. So yeah, Khurzluk probably imagined this maybe more as, say, leather armor, but we're going to go more with kind of a metal approach here. Is there anything else? I see the armor on his hands here. So we'll do this, then we're going to hit that again with some of our a little bit of Terra Rosa mixed with brown matter. That's going to give us sort of a rust color. Oh, hey Grumdy, do you want to share your link to that? Because of course that's really incredible too. Now, where is my? Oh, I don't have. Nope, sadly I don't have those out there. But I think our work does. Yeah, okay. So we did the same thing on here. You can see. This is from Diwali right here, not Khurzluk, but you can see some of that rust there. We're going to try and do some of those same effects on our wraiths, of course. Where's my... Okay, this is... Is there any other... what the heck? We'll hit this too. He's got two swords on him. Interesting. Anything... Oh. The armor on his feet. Let's get this one a little bit. Now you can sort of see the armor a bit more on this other sculpt. Where did he go? Yeah. So you can see the armor a little bit more on that one, and I believe that would be this sculpt right here. So see, we did the same thing. A little bit of a rusted effect there in some areas. Oh, Grumdy, that would be fantabulous. And Grumdy, like I was saying earlier, I'm going to try somehow tonight to get the Mono X at least to print a test object. We'll see. Again, I might try to just make some settings of my own, or maybe I'll just... So, Luminous, do you think I should just say the heck with it? Just print the test object with their settings instead of, taking the time to look up my frozen Sonic Mini 4K settings and then trying to transfer those? Now, oh, finally, never were you able to get them in store? Because obviously we get these. I just get them off of the website. So hopefully you were actually able to find those in person. That would be nice. Well, look at this. Look at this. We got ourselves a wild Catmaster in the chat. If everybody could please give Catmaster a follow, that'd be great. Now I am going to kind of focus here. See some of the rust right there on that chainmail. Why? Because that's going to give me a little bit of a contrasty thing there. Little bit of a contrast away from the fabric there. So Luminous didn't do a test print. Just copied the settings and went for it. Yeah, Luminous. I'll see if I can do that. Actually, Luminous, I may just have to go... is that sale still going on with the smoky black? I may just have to pull the trigger on that just to have some resin, because I only have like a jar and a half left of my gray. So we're going to have to buy some more of that. Sadly, that is not on sale right now, so we'll have to maybe just get the smoky black and utilize some of that. So again, everybody please give Catmaster a follow. So finally, never, the only place I know of for sure, because I've seen it, where there is a Dick Blick store, a physical store, is downtown. Which is weird, because as a person who was last working and going to school downtown X number of years ago, the only thing that was down there was the Flax art store, the Utrecht art store, and maybe one other place. Dick Blick was not downtown. No one was more surprised than to look down, I think it was State Street, I don't think it was Dearborn, but to look down State Street and go, why am I looking at a big Dick Blick sign? What the heck's going on here? Hey, finally, never, would you want to post if you have your orc posted to the Instas there, if you wanted to show that off, unless, of course, sometimes contests say you can't show stuff right before the contest, so don't get yourself in trouble. Hey, Uncle Marker, how you doing? Nice to see you back. So that's way up north there. Holy smokes, that's like northern Canada. Gee whiz, Clybourne, holy smokes. Well, to those of us that live by Midway Airport, that's practically that's almost like Hudson Bay right there. Looks like Grand Oracle has a Dick Blick store right there in-house practically. Now, just doing a little bit... what is this supposed to be here? I'm going to say that's probably cloth. Ooh. Let's do this. So we're actually going to use some of that Williamsburg. That is the Payne's Gray that has a bluish tint to it. See, doing a little bit of... just a hint here. A pin line wash. And all we can do is just touch it. That's all we can do. Nothing else. Nixo, I've never played any of those. I know that at Adepticon, everybody really became obsessed with Gaslands. And the one person I was doing commission stuff for, I think they played Gaslands as well, but more of a 28 mil version of it. Well, great. I'm glad that, I don't know, there's just so many things these days, right, that want to make you not happy or, or like totally opposite of happy. We, we sure as heck need some more things to increase the happy quotient, don't we? We sure do need that. So, Campmaster, I hope that things are, as far as the health stuff goes, are reasonably under control. I mean, it's never going to be, I know how you would like it to be and not have to deal with so many things, but hopefully it's at least vaguely under control there. Now, I've been monologuing quite enough there. You need to give YGM monologuing a follow. Hey there, Tony. Nice to see you. So yeah, Nick, so I did paint, in fact, I think I did a YouTube live, a couple of YouTube lives, I think, on some of the, well, 28 mil Gasland stuff. And of course, Tony, if you want to share any of your stuff in the chat there, I know you got yourself some Adepticon projects you're working on. And I think your one is basically, that's finished, right? the special Golden Demon project, that's finished now, I think. Well, Campmaster, I'm glad that at least they're not kind of just raging out of control. Sometimes that's the best you can hope for, right? You wish it could be much more than that. But you take the wins where you can get them. Now, where's my blending brush here? So see, we got that rough edge right there. Not so rough anymore, is it? Again, see how we can take this, and it's not just about blending colors together, it's also about getting rid of some brush strokes too. Now, 1 hour 12 minutes ago and a level height train ago, these two guys right here, that's all they were. It was just some primer. Brushed on Stynylrez that I mixed myself. Just some touch up and then get another piece done. I'm gonna go back over here to my Williamsburg. There we are. Now I think you can see some of the rust color that's worked its way into some of our metals there. This is the other nice thing about 3D printed stuff, is that the rains, instead of being a solid chunk of whatever, solid chunk of plastic or metal, they actually have some shape to them, don't they? It's a nice little change, that's for sure. I think we're all good there in our chat. Now, what about this? What about this? Do we want to go lighter on that? We don't have to decide necessarily right now. What I am going to do here is take some of my fast matte white. No, brilliant yellow pale. I want to have that little bit of yellow color to it. I'm just going to try and throw a little bit of some accent lights, some parts of the armor here. Like here. Basically where some areas where the oxidization or whatever, where some of that's been essentially scraped away, chipped away, whatever. Well, YGM monologue, that is fantastic. And again, we appreciate everybody that's worked on the raffle, whether it's painting the miniatures, whatever role that you've had in that. We both appreciate that a ton. Because, again, the challenges abound. And we really appreciate that. Especially, and as long as this kind of goes on, the food stuff is always going to be difficult. And again, sadly, a lot of food ends up kind of going by the wayside. Because food and nutrition is a moving target in this process. What's true today is totally false tomorrow, and the two things that were true and false will have nothing to do with how it is a week from now. Especially with a treatment session coming up on Wednesday, that's just a couple days from now. So we appreciate everybody that's involved in the battle for Kathy. Thank you so much. And of course, again, Capmaster, if you want to share any of your links there, things that you've been working on stream, I don't know what kind of maybe Adepticon projects you have going on. Let me see what we can do here. Again, right here, just right on this edge. Bingo. Just a little bit right there. See that? And underneath that, you can still see some of the rust / oxidization there. I also wanted to get the glowing red eye. You know, before I fool here, let me do this. A little bit of reflected something there. We use highly technical terms like that, like smidge, scotch, something, this and that. Again, precision in everything. So She-Wolf, ironically enough, the oil paint in some ways acts like conditioner. I've had brushes that were, even for me, and I throw away nothing. There were some brushes that were quite literally headed for the garbage can. And then I used them with the oils and I went, what the heck is this? So even the oil paints themselves can rejuvenate a brush. But now this, people have also said that this, and we use this all the time, we don't use thinner to clean our brushes because that's pricey. Why the heck are we wasting thinner to clean brushes when this can do it a whole lot better for a whole lot less? And oh, look at it's also for dried acrylic, not hazardous, no vapor. It's going to be really hard to clean your brushes. This is it. This is all the thinner that I've got. It's a water bottle cap. That's it. That's all we're using. Now, of course, the other thing that you can do with the oil paint, like here, see I got paint on my hands here. Same over here. Dawn dish soap. Dawn dish soap does amazing things. That'll some warm water and Dawn dish soap will get all the oil paint off your hands, even Egyptian violet, in a matter of seconds. Boom, it'll just be gone. So that's something you might want to think about there. I know in some locales, maybe in Europe, it might not be quite so easy to get your hands on Dawn dishwashing soap, but I'm sure there's some kind of easily available substitute there. Hey there, Crazy Wolf. Nice to see ya. Everybody, please check out some Insta links. So those are all Instagram links. Capmaster just threw those up there. And then, of course, once you're done checking those out, if you could please give Capmaster a follow. So Capmaster, I don't know if you've got your usual stream schedule going on, but if you wanted to let folks know maybe when your next stream might be, that could be helpful for them. Then they could know, because you're usually streaming during the day, right? How you doing there, Latchdog? Nice to see ya. So yeah, finally never. I used to have my blog for posting pictures of painted stuff, but a long story. Facebook groups just made it impossible to basically include blog links or whatever. So I kind of had to. There was no way I could do the blog and Instagram. Just no time for both of those. So now we do the Instagrams. Now look where I'm holding this brush. Same thing like the Filbert brushes. None of this here. First of all, again, as always, painting miniatures works better when the brush actually touches the figure. And two, you see there's no weird shaky things or anything like that, right? Nice and rock solid. No problems. See that? No problems. So now we have a bit of a glowing eye on our horsey there. So Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Central Time. Now, well, Catmaster, I'm just glad that you're able to be able to keep going with the regular schedule. I know sometimes just the act of hanging on to the brush is not necessarily the easiest thing in the world. So definitely appreciate you soldiering on through that, as they would say. So you got me monologuing again. If everybody could please give YGM monologuing a follow. And of course, Tony just posted some links to you, some really fun Adepticon projects. Go check those out. Now, so we're starting to build in a little bit more light there on that cloth. You can see, okay, so here's our pre-glaze, just wiped away with the sponges and then nothing else. Here, we started to come in with mid-tones, with highlights. You can see the difference these two make. And again, that 1 hour and 20 minutes and a level 8 hype train. It happens fast. It happens really fast. Don't blink. Don't blink, whatever you do. Just might miss something. Alright, I think we've got that pretty well set. Let me see what we can do here. Whoops. So that doesn't belong there. Oh look, we just erased it. And by erased I mean we totally eliminated something that just wasn't supposed to be there. Took all about 2 seconds with a dry brush that has no paint on it. And finally, the thing that I still have not had a chance to do was to create more reels. That's actually the next thing that I need to do for the Instas. Until I can get the filming areas ready for those reels, unfortunately I haven't been able to do those. Now you can see we're starting to change what's going on here with this little pouch, whatever. So you got my monologue. Again, thank you so much for doing that. So monologuing, I'm pretty sure there's just about a 0% chance we'll actually be able to paint there with you on that stream. I wish I could say otherwise, but doesn't really seem very likely. Now, basically, in terms of what life is like here, 5 weeks from now is a little bit like predicting what's going to happen in 2075. To us, 5 weeks is practically another lifetime. So everything could be different in 5 weeks. Could be better, could be worse, could be the same. We'll know in 5 weeks. Beyond that, unfortunately, we can't. We have no predictions. We can hope for things to be a little bit different. Now, that's our Van Dyke Brown. And a little bit of that Radiant Violet. That's going to make a gray that has a little bit different color to it. Now again, let's see. 10:35. I don't think Kathy's going to be able to make it into the chat here. Maybe we might see a bit of a Kathy sighting there. Let me take some of this green. I know it sounds crazy. Greenish gray on leather or whatever this is supposed to be, but that's just perfect because that's actually going to also contrast with some of the other, like the straps here and the reins, because why not? Let's see. So the Finally Never, the Army Painter thing, that is the $15 one. And the Army Painter, that covers everything. Every single video that I've ever made. And we're looking at the 10th anniversary of the first video that I ever filmed. And those are also included in the Patreon page. So you are getting 10 years worth of tutorial videos. And I was just filming last night. Look at this. I'm going to be editing this one after the stream. So this was it's a multi-part series. It is going to be for a painting contest, not Adepticon or whatever, just an online thing. But we took tree bark, we took a couple of 3D printed casualties, some 3D printed bits, and then this figure from Duvale here, and all that was put together. The next video, we're going to paint this. We're going to put the flock and foliage on there, and then we're going to do a. My goal is to take 3D printing resin and try to make a waterfall out of that using a UV flashlight. It may work, it may not. Let me see. So Nixel not going to do the object source lighting on these guys right here. Now I actually have a Witch King printed out. We'll definitely do, for sure, we're going to be doing some flamey object source lighting on him. And then there was some other ones I was thinking about almost doing a little bit like a backlighting sort of a thing. So these guys not specifically any object source lighting. YGM, was I able to sneak a little bit of object source lighting onto the, I'm just going to call it a mastodon. I know that's not what he was, but was I somehow able to sneak a little bit on there? I know that was the plan, was to take some of the heavy gloss gel, right, and just build one right there. Actually, monologuing. You know what? I believe Make It Epic Basing, the same guys that do the trees and everything else, they have campfire files. So I could, oh boy, people are very lucky this year, Monologue, and they're super lucky, because what I would have done was printed out like 10 campfires. Stuck 10 campfires on there and just covered the entire thing in object source lighting, like the entire thing. So not just one little campfire, but like 5 campfires all around that thing, and the whole thing would have been covered in campfire light. You think I wouldn't do that? You really think I wouldn't do that? Yeah? You don't think I would, huh? Yeah, Weedsters heck do that. Because you can never have too many light sources. You can never have too many light sources on an object. So She-Wolf, ironically enough, the same material that we use for doing the water effects is the same material that I use for making the fire effects, which is also the same material I use for waterfall effects. It's also the same material that I use for icicles. So see our icicles right there, and some icicles hanging off the back. That will be the heavy gloss gel, which we refer to as Elementium, because it makes everything. It makes water, it makes fire, it makes ice. I even use it as a gap filler. And it's cheap stuff. It's not expensive at all. Here, let me get a little bit more of my, there we go. A little bit more of the blue in that. Hey, Revlis, nice to see ya. So I wish I had it a little bit easier for you to see, but I actually did a whole series of videos, again, on the Patreon page, using the heavy gloss gel to create a wall. Actually, you can go on the YouTube channel. There's some videos there. Also, a fountain. That's right. Yes, I did a fountain. And that we use the heavy gloss gel for that. The nice thing about the heavy gloss gel is that it's not resin, right? So actually, if you do a thin enough layer of it, it should be dry in a few hours. It's not resin, so if you get it on your hands, big deal. You go over to the sink, you wash your hands off with some soap and water, it's gone. So nothing toxic about it. There's no air bubbles to worry about. And it's not going to leak because it's not so thin like say your a usual water effects resin might be. So lots of advantages to the heavy gloss gel, aside from the fact that, oh, you also do it for snow effects too. Revless, I can only imagine how much masking you're going to have going on there. Plenty of it for sure. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. Again, I've got a couple of quickie little videos on that, and then some more elaborate ones on the Patreon page. Now, see, we put that ladder coat right there. What am I going to do? I'm going to take this here brush. Not going to wipe that out. So I just kind of drag that along. Hashtag no layers. You don't see me mixing a lot of colors on the palette, do you? Yeah, I got tired of painting palette miniatures a long time ago, because palette miniatures, those aren't going to get your army done. They're not going to get your contest project done. They're not going to get anything done. Gothic is, as we always say here, don't blink. Don't blink. Again, so there's our pre-glaze version. You can see we've got that bluer tint here. We got some red glowing eyes on there. Well, Megan, actually, you are not the only person that got basically almost no sleep last night. I tried, but I was awakened several times by different things last night. So yeah, I'm kind of... If you see the back of a head here instead of a miniature, that would be me passed out. That would be me passed out during the stream due to lack of sleep, which is going to get even more interesting when Wednesday comes along. Well, Tuesday into Wednesday, because that is the part of the 3-week cycle where I don't get any sleep. So we'll see how that's going to work. Thank you so much, Grumdy. Grumdy, can't wait to see how that works out with the UV light and the waterfall stuff. I might still use the heavy gloss gel as a guide. Like put a little bit of the heavy gloss gel there and then see if that can guide the resin into place. May or may not work. So Megan, if you wanted to post your link tree one more time before you head out the door off to Sleepyland there, I'm sure that'd be fantastic. Now here, as far as our rocks go, I think what we'll do on that is probably some of our darker flocking foliage, probably some dried leaves. We have a ton of videos about flocking foliage. So many different types. Alright, here we go. And of course, Grumdy, if you wanted to share your link again, it's been a little while. So yeah, if you wanted to share your Instagram links there again so people can see what's possible with the oil paints when it comes to award-winning army painting. Now, Grumdy, I'm hoping that I can use the Soraya Simple Clear for that. And Arda Michael, I hope that you're doing okay. I wanted to ask how things were going printing-wise and on your big bug project, because I know you have a huge project going there. Well, Freedom for Mars, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here as always. Here, let me get a little bit of that bluish Payne's gray, and let's just come back in here and restore a few darks, shall we? Everybody please check out the Instagram link from Grumdy and see what's possible with the oils. winning not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 Best Painted Army Awards with the Daughters of Cain painted with the oil paints. And now Lumineth are the new project. Yeah, we can get a little bit of our dark down in there. That, again, that's some of the Williamsburg Payne's Gray right there. Ah, that's really cool there, Artemichael. Yeah, that's going to be fabulous. Let me see. Also, I'm going to want to get some... Where's my brown matter here? Sort of on this side of the brush. So brown matter. A little bit of the Indian yellow. And then, again, a little bit of dry brush here. So see down on the end here? Just a wee touch of the dry brush there. Let's throw some of that over here, shall we? Some of that over here. And by dry brush, look at that. See how there's almost no paint on that brush? This is most of the way we work with the oils, is not that much paint on the brush. Several reasons. The more paint you pile on here, well, I mean, it is going to take longer to dry. Also, the more paint you pile on here, it can be a little bit more difficult with your subsequent applications of paint. It's always easier to apply paint to an area that just doesn't have a whole bunch of paint on it already. As you can see, I'm just kind of tapping here, almost like a bit of mud spatter. You could take our craft brushes, well, of which this is one, and do a little bit of spatter with the oils on there too. You know, Artemichael, that's actually Artemichael. Well, I don't know if you have any Insta links to that. I still haven't had a chance to do the was it the Yoo-Hoo glue, right? For that for some interesting effects. Haven't had a chance to do that yet. Perlene black. Ah, what the heck? A super dark green. That's going to go here. Now we've got ourselves a sharp edge on that rain. Bingo. Now we've basically what's going to be almost like a grayish green. That's going to come onto the cloth. Say over here. So Catmaster, the tree bark. Now I'm lucky enough to have a good friend from Australia, from Arkansas, who sends me this pine bark. That's just pine bark. Now, if you don't have somebody from Arkansas to send you genuine Arkansas pine bark, you could go to a Home Depot or one of those other type of places there and snag yourself some mulch. It will not be quite like this because it's not going to have these sharper edges because, well, it's been mulched. So it's going to have a rounded edge to it. All of these 3D basing bits, those are all printed, all 3D printed basing bits from Make It Epic Basing. And they do just so many amazing things, not just these trees, but some plants, and, well, things like these, here we go. So things like these sconces and these torches. Here's this is another one. These are from Pelennor. So these candles right there, those are from Pelennor. Where's my, here we go. So there's some 3D printed bits. That's just a broken shield from Highland Miniatures. I think that's actually from Loot Studios there. And then, we had a torch on a wall. I can't quite get to that. Where's my... Here's some more 3D printed bits. So that, these jugs and amphorae, and then of course these columns here, those are also from Make It Epic Basing. Now, let me see if we can go a little bit, yeah, a little bit of our greenish color down there. We're back to our, that's again, our radiant blue. Just trying to work in a few lights here and there. Now, I'm going to go over here to that reddish brown. Let's see if we can lighten this up a smidge more. Let's see what happens with that. Cat Master, I used to just grab literally little twigs and stuff that were on the ground. Sadly, they cut down all of the trees that yielded the most usable twigs. But again, here you go. You can see these are all these ring wraiths here. Those are all kinds of branches and such from Make It Epic. Now, let's say you want to create a birch forest. So here's our Kathy and Jiro miniature. All of those birch trees, those are all 3D printed from Make It Epic basing. Now, you could print these larger if you wanted to. They have big old fir trees. Here's another. So look at all these ferns right here. And then there's a nice little tree there. And then, of course, the ultimate. There you go. Oops, no, that's not it. These are the ones right here. So those bases and the movement tray, Daz air dry clay for the sand dunes, the palm trees and the palm leaves, those are all 3D printed. Again, Make It Epic basing. Yeah, She-Wolf, it's so much fun sculpting stuff for basing, isn't it? Hey there, Sarge. We're gonna rock them little shamrocks right in here. So Cat Master, they are their own site. So they're not on My Mini Factory or Cults 3D. They're just Make It Epic Basing. I think it's makeitepicbasing.com. So Sarge, here's a new. Just filmed this video last night. So a little bit of Ithilien Rangers here. So there's Faramir, a couple of Orc casualties, and we're going to do a waterfall effect there. She-Wolf, do you have a particular favorite? Because I love Daz. I'm sorry, I love the. Oh gosh, what am I trying to say here? I love the epoxy sculpt. That's one of my favorites, but kind of starting to like the Daz air dry clay. Thank you so much, Grumdy. Appreciate that. Let's see. Do I need to? Yeah, here. Let's keep going with some of these mid-tone-ish things here on this tree, and then we'll hit it with some darker darks once again afterwards. You know what? Oh, do I have any cost clay? I don't have any cost clay here. There is another type of air dry clay I was going to give a shot. So Sarge, all the casualties are from Printing Goes Ever On. Here's another one. So that's a Rohan casualty there from Printing Goes Ever On. I don't think this is a Pelennor birdie. I forget where that crow comes from. Obviously, there's another Diwali. That's the Thryden Wolfsbane. So here's our Galadriel print. So some ferns again, some branches, and another type of tree there. Again, from Make It Epic basing. Oh, look, here's another sort of a combo forest. But oh, look, a fox, a bunny, stumps, mushrooms, plants, all of those again from Make It Epic basing. She-Wolf, I know that Anna Mare, she uses a super flexible clay. Once it's cured, it is really flexible. It doesn't lose that flexibility. And she'll use it like on she's sculpting a squirrel, and on the tail, the big fluffy tail, she'll use that super flexible clay. and she can actually move the hair around even though it's completely cured and dry without worrying about it breaking or anything. Hey there, Chaos. Ah, so that's Cosclay. She-Wolf, when you mentioned that, the first thing I thought of was Animare. Now, I don't know. I think Animare is typically streaming more like on Friday and Saturday. I was just going to say she might be streaming tonight, but I realized it was Monday, and I think she tends to stream more later in the week. Now, Grumdy, did they do a special? I don't remember. Oh, the other thing that I think this Kickstarter is just about to end. I wish Bithron were here because Bithron could actually put a link in the chat. But it's a Kickstarter for, it's a combination where you 3D print the windows, doors, other such things. And the idea is that it slots into the foam. Because, of course, we've made tons of foam terrain here. All right, see that? Again, using this brush. This is no paint on it, just a dry brush with nothing on it. Chaos, we're basically trying to make the most out of the last few days of tranquility before the next round of infusion begins, and that'll be Wednesday. Yeah, She-Wolf, and she has become obsessed with the oil paints. I don't know if she, has completely stopped using acrylic stuff on her sculpts, but yeah, she really is enjoying the oil paints. Actually, She-Wolf, if you don't mind me doing me a favor, and if you could shout out Animare in the chat, so that people can go give Animare a follow. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly. I could be pronouncing that wrong on a massive scale, but that's what I'm going with for right now. Now this, again, the fur down here, let's run a little bit of that kind of yellowish orange there. Same thing on that tree. Just looking for that little hint, those hints of color variety. Now it's going to be kind of a yellowish green. Right here on some of these leather straps. Then we'll try and catch some more light. So here's, this is our last stream right here. Look at, you can see just how big this guy is. All kinds of crazy little subtle changes of color here. Look at this backpack. There's like a grayish green there, almost like a pinkish red, then sort of a yellow ochre color up here. Now, Chaos, I'm glad you were able to get those figured out. Alright, so there, if everybody could please check out Animare. Again, that is, Animare is a fantastic artist. Does some really wonderful stuff. Sculpting, painting, and also Lord of the Rings stuff. Because, so She-Wolf, I know she sculpted and painted a Frodo. I wasn't sure if she's done any other Lord of the Rings characters. Boy, Grand Oracle, there's just, and I've gotten their sci-fi stuff too. So I did a video with some of their sci-fi stuff. In fact, we've got our where's our Shmish Marines here? There we go. So actually some of these bases were done with some of their basing bits too. Thank you so much. I'm going to use my sense of clairvoyance here to say that Dr. Faust Painting Clinic has not only rated us, I'm going to take a guess that there's 19 people along with Dr. Faust. Oh, look at that. I'm right every single time. There's a doctor in the house. So, Dr. Faust, how the heck are you doing? Hope that you had yourself another fantastic stream. And, of course, as always, if you want to post yourself a link in the chat, things you've been working on lately, that would be glorious. I know you'll be totally shocked to hear we're working with our traditional oil paints yet again. Now, 1 hour 49 minutes ago and a level 8 hype train ago, these two guys were just like this. They were just primer. We took our darker colors, we wiped off some of the paint with our makeup sponge to get to here. So primer, think of this as an active zenithal. Why? Because this paint is still wet here. This still hasn't dried. Then we take our lighter mid-tone colors and we start to mix those in with that, again, active zenithal that's there. Ah, boy, Dr. Fowl, I mean, it's totally shocking. Just like seeing object source lighting here or freehand, come on, when do you see those things? Non-metallic metals, when do you see that? Now, sometimes we mess around with things like this. Actually, this is all dry now. I can get my anti-shine on that phthalo green, and then we can take some more pictures of that. Thank you so much, Packlet. I appreciate that. Hello, little hobbits. I spark my ganja. So I'm not going to run into the weird creatures. I'm just going to run into like a dozen of these guys. It's like, oh, that's okay. Don't worry. Aragorn's going to fight us at Ammon Hen. It's like, no, dude, that was me. It's like, no. That was Aragorn, man. You were like playing with moss on top of a tower somewhere. Thank you so much for that follow, Packlet. I appreciate that. Hey there, Quantum Reveries. Nice to see you again. Oh, so Catmaster's going to do the Ring of Isengard flooded. Flooded by, oh, let's see, where is he? Here he is. Don't be hasty. Like, oh, hey. It's like, ooh, yeah, you're looking for that guy in the white robe, aren't you? He's like, which guy? There's like two of them now. First, you all smell like orcs to me. Now you all dressed in the same robes. What's the deal with this? Are you an orc? Like, yeah, sure, yeah, I'm an orc. Totally an orc, not a ring wraith. Thank you so much for that follow, Jesse Jean. Follow your nose, follow. Oh, wasn't Treebeard just here? He's like, yeah, he was looking for you, except I think you're supposed to be dead. It's like, oh, come on, man, I haven't fought the Balrog yet. Thank you so much for the follow, appreciate that. Catmaster, should you need any of the characters on horseback, you sure as heck don't have to rely on GW for them now, do you? Not at all, not anymore. Oh, and Catmaster, there's another. It's called Dandelions in Middle Earth or Dandelion in Middle Earth. I can't remember if it's which one, but that is yet another digital sculptor who is doing Lord of the Rings themed files. So yes, between Medbury, Khurzluk, Printing Goes Ever On, Diwali, we're gonna have Lord of the Rings totally covered. So Grand Oracle, I do have another Gandalf and another Saruman. Because again, we have infinite Gandalfs here, so we're gonna have more infinite Gandalf. Now, of course, when it gets to be nighttime and it's darker and it's quiet, you need to whisper. You need to whisper at night, just like a night whisper. Night whisper, how you doing? If everybody could please give Night Whisper a follow, that'd be sensational. Hey, Elite, how you doing? So again, Dr. Faust, if you wanted to share any links in the chat, anything like that, stuff you've been working on, feel free to do so. Same thing, Night Whisper. Same thing there. You know, you've been here often enough to know. So, again, just less than 2 hours ago, these two guys had absolutely no paint on them whatsoever. So everybody please give Night Whisper a follow, but also AD Creations. So AD, if you want to post some of your sculpting and painting in the chat, same thing there. Please go ahead and do so. Night Whisper, is that the Frost Giant Queen that Reaper Miniatures did? I actually have one of those that I was working on, and I never actually got a chance to finish that thing off. Hey, Bithron, thanks for doing the clip. So Bithron, I hope that the small scale stuff has been going well for you. Uh, I'm just thinking, you go back to Lord of the Rings at some point. Those tiny little Lord of the Rings figures are gonna seem gargantuan to you, aren't they? Those itty bitty little Lord of the Rings figures suddenly seem giant by comparison. She-Wolf, I think it was a couple of nights ago, I was trying to move a whole bunch of furniture to make something easier for Kathy to get to. And just all of the angles where I was bending over it, and I was washing resin too. It would zap my back so much that I would actually jerk myself upright. It was tweaking my back so much. That was interesting, to say the least. Everybody please check out AD Creations links there. Now I'm probably going to maybe come back into some of these areas with a little bit more of my rust potentially. Yeah, they're Bithron. I'm pretty sure the only true small scale stuff I ever had a chance to do was that brief interlude there with the Flames of War. I really can't count 1/72nd scale as small scale, although some of the, what the heck is it called again? Memoir 44. Some of the stuff there is more like micro armor scale. So some of that's pretty tiny. Let's see. I think. Yeah, that did not sound like fun there, She-Wolf. Now, of course, it was fine when I used to be able to get to do my exercises every day, but I don't get to exercise any days anymore, which is definitely not ideal, but that's kind of how things go. So there's a Discord link from Night Whisper there, so that you can see some of the latest things that Night Whisper's been working on. Here I might even let a little more fur texture get onto our horsey here, a bit like our Candish horses. Let me see if we can. There we go. I think the gray. Yeah, I see the gray one, and even the yellow ochre one there. It's got a little bit of texture to it, so we can maybe do some texture like that on the fur here. Because why not? I think that'll make this horse, again, look a little bit more threatening. Not quite like a well-groomed, domesticated horse. She-Wolf, yeah, sometimes picking those up, even when you've gotten yourself into the correct position, can yield some negative results. So Elite, I hope that everything goes well for you, and hopefully nobody had too much Monday on this Monday. I mean, Monday is never great any day of the week, but too much Monday on Monday is just, that's like a little bit of insult to injury right there. Again, these are 3D printed Wraiths from Khurzluk Miniatures. You can see some of the painted ones that I did in one of my more recent tutorial videos. It's a color theory in oils, comparing a couple of different Payne's grays. Just because it says Payne's gray, it could be an entirely different paint. uh, depending on the manufacturer. Oh, thank you. Well, you know what? Normally we would have ourselves a Gandalf sighting, but instead we're going to have a Galadriel sighting. Or do we have multiple Galadriel sightings? Or do we have a Dark Queen Schmaladriel sighting? He's like, good news, everybody. Oh, uh-oh. Man, how did you get that ring? It's like, well, it took a little bit of effort, 20 loaves of lambus bread, and a cave troll, quite a bit of cleanup afterwards, but yeah, I'm dark and terrible, and yeah, we're going to worship you, and here's the bad news. You're going to despair, but plus side, I have the ring. So, speaking of Printing Goes Ever On, this is from the Printing Goes Ever On. He has a basically Lord of the Rings size, right? 28 mil size. He's got the 72 mil version, and then he actually has a bust version of this. So that is from the Printing Goes Ever On. That was the very first of all of the Lord of the Rings themed digital sculptors that I found. And that is our Dark Queen Schmaladriel. So thank you so much, Galadriel, for that follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, Night Whisper had some fun with that. I think this was the first one. Here's again another Schmaladriel right here. So we had some fun with the translucent cloth, and again that same freehand pattern. I did a Patreon vid of this, and also there's a YouTube vid showing that portion of it being painted. Boy, Grumdy, I can remember a time way back in the beginning we didn't actually have the puppet shows. Originally it was just me. Remember the Wapelius Spellbrush figure? That was it. And then of course Wapelius Spellbrush would be chased away from the tip jar there by whatever random creature we were painting at the time. Well, thank you so much, Night Whisper, for doing that. And again, Galadriel, fantastic to see you here. Oh, we also did, Galadriel, I did a sculpt of a Galadriel bust on the channel here. That was out of epoxy sculpt. Again, that is one of my favorite materials. So I sculpted an Eowyn portrait style bust, and I sculpted a Galadriel portrait style bust. And of course, this one is from Torreta Miniatures. There's also a giant version of this. This was obviously I wanted one for Lord of the Rings because there you go on a typical 25 mil base, but there is a gigantic version of this that I also printed out. That was done on the channel here, less than a couple of weeks ago. But you can watch every single past episode. They're all saved as highlights. It's a bit like a YouTube channel. Not quite like a YouTube channel, but close enough. Let's see if I can't get me a little bit more of my light here. Now I'm going to come back the other way. We'll take some of this. Alright, Williamsburg Payne's Gray and some of our Mars Black. Don't want to do any pin line wash here. We're just going to actually try and sharpen up that edge very nicely. Like so. And of course, Galadriel would be familiar with Lothlorien. We also do 2D art here. I think we painted Lothlorien twice in 2 dimensions. I've also sculpted a diorama of Galadriel's mirror pool. I'll certainly do another one of those, especially with some of the newer materials that I just didn't have. I want to actually try to do that again with the Daz Air Dry Clay, see how that works out. See if we can, again, a couple sharper edges here. There we are. Saved a whole bunch of edges here that just, I think, need to be much sharper. What about our sword here? That could also use some sharper edges here. All I did was just brush that darker color. I'm going to take this dry blending brush, a little bit of tap, tap, tap here. And as you can see, look at that. It's like an airbrush. It's like an airbrush. Don't have to deal with any of the crazy cleanup and all that stuff. Seriously, all kidding aside, it's way easier to clean up from oil painting than it is to clean up an airbrush. You don't need any weird, crazy chemicals or anything like that. Look at this. Brush cleaner and restore. Dried acrylic. Also oil paints. Not hazardous, no vapor. Use your nice, expensive, or more pricey, high quality odorless thinner for thinning the paints. Yeah, don't try to clean your paint brushes with them. Save them for what they do best, like thinning the paints. No sense in wasting them cleaning brushes when you have a whole nother material that does it way better. Now, well, Catmaster, I'm glad that you were able to get yourself a more efficient way of keeping that little bugger clean. Because it really doesn't take much to make those things become next to useless, right? Elite, it wasn't, there was, we would say minimal Monday on this Monday, so we'll take that as a win. There was some things I was able to do for Kathy today. I think that will help her moving forward. At least that was kind of the goal, and I think I was successful in some of those plans. Boy, Grand Oracle, I'm trying to think of the last time I used an airbrush. It's the darndest thing because I used to use one of those for 10, 12, 15 hours a day, every single day, 7 days a week. It's just circumstances change and don't really do the airbrush thing anymore. Well, once the oils came along, it was kind of redundant, shall we say. There was essentially no need for the airbrush anymore. I'm going to use, this is a micro blending brush. Elite, it's going to get, unfortunately, Wednesday gets crazy again because that's another treatment round. Now, we can hope that it will be less crazy, but with these things, you never quite know what's going to happen. So we try to take advantage of today, knowing that, well, things could get a little bit weird come Wednesday and Thursday, well, Friday and Saturday too. Yeah, Grumdy, I was just like a little Instagram reel or something like that, as we had some of our Terra Rosa here, and somebody was using the airbrush, and they were trying to do some object source lighting with it. And all I kept thinking with the oils, we could have done that in half the steps or a third of the steps. Well, Catmaster, I appreciate that, as always. And, well, it's in some ways, like how you try to describe all of the challenges that you had to deal with. They're just kind of bizarre, right? They're hard to even explain. There's challenges that come with this that are just that level difficult to try and get people to understand. So we appreciate how it is for you when you try and say, well, yeah, I have these 10, 12 crazy things that all interact all together, all at the same time. So we certainly can appreciate what you're pushing through every day there. Yeah, Elite. As daunting as say kind of the whole physical therapy phase can seem. I'm sure as you're going through it, it's no fun. But at this stage, kind of you would say, all right, well, we're good with that. Yeah, we'll take some of that. Now, see what I just did there? A little bit of spattering on of maybe some mud or something like that onto the onto that barding on the horse. Boy, Grand Oracle. I don't know if they still make these. My guess is yes. But years ago, well, there's two things I'm not sure they make. It was a compressor that had a foot pedal on it. And I could literally I could even control the airbrush with the foot pedal because that would increase the pressure in the compressor. I loved that thing. That stopped working a long time ago. Absolutely loved that thing. And then I think it was a Pache airbrush with an external needle. That was back when I was using the watercolors. So yeah, I don't know if they still make the external needle airbrush anymore. That was one of the more bizarre things that I ever used was the external needle airbrush. Talk about a weird noise. It sounded like a teeny tiny jet engine. Like literally a microscopic jet engine. That's what it sounded like. So She-Wolf, don't use the oil paints to prime. All this is just some Stynylrez primer. That's from Badger. I just take, in this case it was the gray, that very neutral gray, and some of the white just to lighten it up a bit. And I always just brush on the primer. Again, that's just a Stynylrez primer here. Again, it's from Badger. And I think there's just, yeah, this is the gray primer. I like to mix primers all the time. If you're going to be working with the oils, I strongly, and by strongly I mean super strongly, suggest that you go with the Stynylrez primer. So Gasu, it's I think it was made by Pache. It was made by Pache. Again, I used it for my watercolors. I think I was able to somehow get it briefly working again because I obviously wanted to try it with the acrylic paints, but that unfortunately the airbrush stuff, once all this craziness happened, the airbrush, well, that just all got set aside. So who knows, maybe I could still try and get that thing working again at some point, but that's not anytime soon. That external needle airbrush, that made every other airbrush look like a fire hose. I don't care what fine needle thing, whatever, other airbrushes, that thing you could literally write your name with that thing and it would be half the width of a pencil. Again, it was a crazy brush, and I would say I don't even know if you'd want to use it with acrylics because the paint might just want to dry in your in that open cup there. So you're using a Pache Talon, okay. Boy, oh boy, Pache airbrush. It's been so long since I used one of those. So you do use it Pache already? Yeah, they may not make that airbrush anymore. Let's just put it this way: if they still make it, and you're gonna get one, get a ton of extra needles. And by a ton of it, I mean get like 3 packs of those external needles. Because sometimes they can quite literally just fly out of the airbrush. especially when you're trying to clean them or do whatever, or put a new one in there. Next thing you know, it's flown across the room and you will never find it. But yeah, that's the external needle. Pretty sure it's a Pache airbrush, because I don't remember having an Iwata back in the day, but I know that I had a Pache. Yes, if you drop those, pretty much the only way you're ever going to find one of those is sort of like a cactus quill that the cat has knocked off of the cactus and dragged somewhere else. You will find it with your foot. That's about a 97% guarantee. You'll find it, not the way you want to. Pack lid is just, it's amazing stuff. And I actually like to paint with it because, well, I believe at this point there's about 27 different colors of that primer. He even brought back, he brought this one back. Yeah, for a while he ditched this one, and everybody said, wait a minute, this is my rust color. Where did you go with that? Now, let me see, we have something here. Let me show you a couple of things. Boy, it's going to take me a while to get up here. Let me scroll up to these guys. Where's my Blackheart models busts? There we go. Now, this one was done with the oil paints, and we have another one of those. But this one right here, that whole thing, that's a half-size bust. So that thing is like 20 pounds of resin right there. That was done mostly with Stynylrez primer and the ghost tints, and then some of the metallic, like his metallic primer. So it's metallic primer, ghost tints, and primer. Also this one too, same thing. That was the primer mixed with ghost tints. And that was actually all done with, those were all done with the airbrush, those last two busts that I just showed. You can actually watch the videos on the YouTube channel. So yeah, that was a YouTube video. Both of those. I painted the 1/8 scale. Yeah, the 1/8 scale version of that species bust in oils. That might have been on the channel here. So again, all I had to do was just plop that lighter color on there. We take this. We do a little tap, tap, tap. So it's almost like we just airbrushed that. No need to mask anything. No overspray. None of that. All very much under control. Uh-oh. Now we've lost control because there's a doji in the chat. There's a wild doji in the chat. Doji, how you doing? Happy Tuesday morning. Hopefully your Monday was tolerable at least. And Doji, we got a new video coming. After the stream, I'm going to edit this. So this is actually a contest miniature that I was working on. Some 3D printed casualties from Printing Goes Everon, Diwali Faramir, and then Make It Epic basing bits and tons of tree bark. Tons of it. Boy, Grand Oracle, there is one acrylic paint that I still would like to try again. That would be the Chimera stuff. I got to try it once, and it was intriguing for somebody who, again, watercolorist by training and trade, mostly, sort of, kind of. It would be neat to try those again. Boy, Doji, here, 2 hours ago, both of these were this, just primer. That doesn't happen with the acrylics because this is still wet paint. I can still mix with this. So yeah, Grand Oracle. Now, were you trying to get them directly from Chimera, or gosh, I'm trying to think. There used to be Miniature Market. Uh, I can't imagine you could get those through, say, Micromark. I'm guessing you just only can get them directly from Chimera. Ah, yeah, just have to get them from overseas. And of course, Grand Oracle, you've heard the story multiple times here. How there was literally a whole passel of Chimera products, including the paints, busts, miniatures. They were literally on our front porch. But they tried to deliver them when I had a hold mail, and we were almost 1,000 miles away at ReaperCon. And let's just say they ended up back in Spain. And then the next time they tried to bring him here was at the Adepticon in 2020 that never happened. So that was the last we saw of Chimera stuff. Now Lamina says that Scale 75 USA carries those. Now, have they expanded on that range, or is it still pretty much the same dozen or so colors that they came out with at the start? So yes, I put a hold mail because, well, we're heading off to ReaperCon. We'll be gone 9 days or something like that. Little did we know that shoved, well, it actually fell out of the interior of the mailbox because it was shoved in there with all this other stuff that they tried to deliver while we were gone, which never should have been delivered in the first place. So we never ended up with our Chimera stuff. So there is a base set. It is about a dozen Lamines, and there's about 4 or 5 sets afterwards. The single pigment colors. I seem to remember those. Well, since I use the Reaper clears. Back when, if you watch some of the old acrylic painting videos, and yes, they're not all oil painting videos on the Patreon page. I'm willing to say that even after all this time, the majority of the tutorial videos are actually acrylic on the Patreon page. Campmaster, what's really nice, and I think you've seen their customizer, I think is what they call it. But they really, something like this. They say, okay, it's an eagle. It's like, hey, have you seen that Gandalf guy? It's like, oh, he was here once. He's like, I'm going to end that dude. Anyways, with this, it's so much easier to play a game with this than the typical eagle with the outstretched wings. I mean, he looks fabulous, right? Looks fantastic, but so much easier when this gets into a scrum because the eagles don't have any shooting attacks. And actually, well, here's I think this is in their welcome pack. This is a Printing Goes Ever On Gandalf file right there. So about 30. Well, that's certainly more than what they had. Armored Wolf, you wouldn't remember how many there were in that set that I tried out years ago, would you? I don't think it was 18. I swear it was more like 12. So yeah, the Printing Goes Ever. Oh, we have another one here. This is also the Printing Goes Ever On. Yeah, that's not Diwali. That's Printing Goes Ever On. Campmaster, I think so far I haven't seen any digital sculptor doing that. But Campmaster, I think... now, have you looked through the Dandelions and Middle Earth stuff? Right now, it's kind of a limited range. But I did make some build plates on the elves. The other stuff is too big for the Mono X. Yeah, I got the Ring Wraiths on Fell Beasts, and the Oliphants. And yeah, they're all way too big. So the original set was between 10 and a dozen. Okay. Let's get some more dark on our horsey here. Now I also did do a 2D art video on the Witch King there, on horseback. Obviously that had a little bit more object source lighting on it than this. Elite, it's going to really depend on what you're printing. Now, that miniature I just showed you, now this is not hollow, this is solid. So this one right here, you could probably print a dozen of the miniature I just showed you for one of these busts right here. So it will depend on the size of the object. Is it hollowed? Is it not hollowed? But just a single object takes minimal amount of resin. The thing is, you're not just printing one object. So when I print something, this is what I'm printing. Like that's what I'm trying to print over the course of a day, every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So Capmaster, oh, you just reminded me I made build plates out of the dwarf chariot and the ballista. So I need to get those files together. Now I also have the Khurzluk chariot and ballista. I think there might be a couple of files that I'm missing that I might have to reprint. So Khurzluk also has the Iron Hills Dwarves. Printing Goes Ever On also has the Iron Hills Dwarves right there. And now he doesn't have the chariot. He just felt Printing Goes Ever On. He tries to make his stuff a little bit different because he doesn't want to run into issues with Schmame Schmuck Shop. Now, of course, the advantage here is that you have 4 goats, some like 8 different rider poses, 50 different weapons at least, and like 20 different options for heads and such. He has rangers, he's got miners, so he's got a whole range of dwarves. So if you're looking at Khurzluk, that's right here in the corner. So that is Khurzluk. Grand Oracle, they really don't have any function for me because, well, you've done it, you've used it yourself. It just to me it's just they're slow paints. Yeah, they're not speed paints, they're slow paints. The only reason I had those actually is because they had sent him to Kathy right, literally just as she was going into the hospital for the first time. The only reason I used them is because, well, I felt bad that they sent him here and that they never got used. Unfortunately, they got used that one time. They're super dingy. They are really, really, really dingy. So those, well, again, I think it's going to maintain the only Army Painter paint product we ever use is this. Of all the stuff they make that's paint product, this is the only thing I think I'll ever use. It's just kind of the way it goes, right? For things that I need, that just it serves none of the purposes. For other folks, it could be a very different thing. It could be just the right thing for them. So I don't want to discourage anybody from using those. But that they had some unfortunate properties that just kind of make them useless for me. Now, hey, Grand Oracle, do you think that they took care of the reactivation issue? Because actually, Grand Oracle, weren't we talking about that, I don't know, about several weeks ago on stream? So Landrest, Landrest has kind of used the speed paints kind of like I have. One and done, going, yeah, not so much. Let's see, who was it? Wasn't Goobertown really big on those things when they first came out? I don't know if Goobertown is still quite so big on those anymore. So yeah, now Grand Oracle was saying look for Khurzluk on My Mini Factory. I do believe that's also where he's posting the backup stuff. So if you're a member of the Patreon, eventually those end up on the My Mini Factory, so you can get if you need to download them again, that's where you'll find them. Yeah, Landress, that's really not something we can ever be here, right? Because, well, I always feel sorry for Green Stuff World. Because people, but you love Green Stuff World products. I said, well, not this one. this this one ain't doing it for me. They stay a bit wet for an hour or two and can reactivate. Yeah, Grand Oracle. That just the other thing too, right? Remember how dingy they were? And of course, when you're used to oil paints, oh my gosh, it was almost like they had just been instantly faded in the sun or something. Boy, Campmaster, believe it or not, wouldn't you say the same thing, Landrest? If you're going to do that stuff, just get the contrast paints, the pre-spilling paints, the self-spilling paints. Just you're better off just getting those, because at least those have the super strong pigmentation. Well, relatively. I mean, for acrylics, very strong. So yeah, I mean, wouldn't you recommend that, Landrest? We just about, yeah, I don't want to do too much on that because again, we want to get our foliage and such on there. Don't know, what the heck, let's get a little more light down there. Maybe some on this part of the cloth. Here I want to try and actually take that Williamsburg Payne's Gray again, which is much more of a blue. There's a couple of figures I was starting to wonder, maybe I use the Williamsburg Payne's Gray as part of a painting metal video. Speaking of painting metals, hey Grand Oracle, I had a thought. Payne's Gray, whether it's Williamsburg or the other, mix it with the iridescent pearl white for Gondolians. That could be kind of interesting, I think. So actual metallic Payne's Gray. That might be interesting, don't you think? Night Whisper says that there was a tragedy, a Nuln oil tragedy, and of course that's the one that's going to spill, right? Night Whisper, not the snakebite leather one or the Space Wolves Gray one that you could find a million of. It's going to be that one, the one that everybody else wants, right? So Bithron, I guess, what were some of the things they were targeting? What's the big guy? Hey, M-Tellies, what was the big guy that just, was it not Angron? It was Agron or something like that? A new big, I guess you want to get that. before this price change or price increase. Sorry, price change. Yeah, price increase. Please just call it that. I mean, it's whatever. Inflation, whatever. That's fine. Just at least just say what it is. Let's not parse words. So it is an Angron. Okay. I happened to see that float by on Instagram earlier today, and again, I couldn't quite tell how big it was, but I figured it had to be one of the super big kits. Here we go. Now, I don't know if that's gonna affect at all Lord of the Rings stuff. Especially since most of the new Lord of the Rings stuff tends to be Forge World anyways, unless this is also going to be some Forge World... oh, well, there we go. Plastic miniatures, Forge World. Okay, so that's part of it. Well, thank you so much, Khurzluk Printing Goes Ever On, Medbury. Speaking of Medbury miniatures, I did print a bunch more Corsairs of Umbar, so we're going to respect the Umbar pretty soon. I even found some, basically a printable pirate ship type bases. Oh, it's not changing. Okay. But sadly, it looks like Forge World stuff is going to be costing you a little bit more, or a whole lot more. I don't know. Let me get a little bit of my light on the edge of this here. There we are. Oh, let me see. Yeah, the shipping stuff. I mean, that I can understand that. And of course, when it comes to the 3D printing resin, you have to be pretty darn alert, or have folks like Laminess and other folks that'll say, hey, you might want to look, Soraya has a sale on such and such resin. So when Sarge or Laminess or any other kind person gives me the heads up on any sort of a sale there of the Soraya simple resin, that is appreciated. So Rowan, these are from Khurzluk Miniatures. A lot of fun stuff. Where's my Army of the Dead here? So Army of the Dead was also done with the Khurzluk Miniatures, and of course we did a whole bunch of... Where's our one little happy elf here? Yeah. So we did a whole bunch of the elves also from Khurzluk. Also, too, Khurzluk has the Iron Hills Dwarves and also some ring wraiths. Some fell beasts and an Oliphant. Oh, and I also printed out a bunch of these. So an entire Far Harad army, infantry, mahouds, and half trolls, all by Khurzluk. So yeah, that would be again Khurzluk. I would advise that you maybe do your own supports, because it's not like the supports fail necessarily, but there's a lot of them. I think, and it's always been the case of a super abundance of caution. And there can be a kind of an excessive amount of thing, and also too the scale kind of changes a little bit. So as you put some of those files out onto a build plate, you might want to just kind of double check them next to some other things. Printing goes ever on, and I think Medbury tend to be very obsessive about maintaining Lord of the Rings scale. I think sometimes Diwali kind of careens back and forth. Sometimes they're a little bit too small. Sometimes they're the right scale. Now I think we've done, yeah, see we've gotten some little edge there. Let's get edges of some of this bark up here. I mean, it is the closest thing to the light anyways. More of our brilliant yellow pale here if we can. Smidge more here. And what I'm going to do is just for a second here, I'm going to let this stuff have a chance to set. We'll let you have a chance to set while we take one of our, maybe a couple of our filbert brushes. And we got to catch this guy up to this guy, yes? Again, this was our pre-glaze version here. Well, Grand Oracle, hopefully there is a point where you can get that, get the video game thing, maybe a little bit of a break there, and then maybe some physical stuff. Who knows, maybe just at a point where the video game starts getting a little bit redundant. You know, they're like, okay, killed the boss, did this, whatever. Maybe jump in and say, hey, what about some miniatures? Because you've heard me say it how many times, Grand Oracle, right? The family that paints together stays together. Now here we can do an entirely different coloration here on the robes. Maybe we'll kind of stick with something that's a little bit similar here. Again, we're just going to throw some of this lighter tone out here. Very much a dry brush. There's almost no paint on that brush. Well, Catmaster, as always, thank you so much for hanging out here. Everybody, please give Catmaster a follow. One more time, Catmaster, if you wanted to post any links or anything like that in the chat so that people can head over your way, give you a look-see Tuesday through Thursday, right? And if you want to mention your start time again. What would that be? Would that go under the use it or lose it Grand Oracle category, right? You better use this, otherwise it's going somewhere else. Okay, we're just throwing ourselves a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean seriously a little bit here. Let's use this one. You can see there's almost no paint on there, but it's the same concept. Look at this. See how that just got very dingy just by wiping on our sponge there? We have ourselves the real Denethor. It's like, ring ray schming, right? It's like, dude, you might want to quit messing around with that Palantir. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, you wouldn't let me look in there, would you? It's like, with what? You have no eyes. So everybody, again, please give Catmaster a follow. And of course, hey, Holt Mini Paint, thanks for hanging out. If you don't mind sharing your stuff again in the chat so that people can see what's possible with the oils. So yeah, Holt Mini, if you wouldn't mind again sharing your link in the chat, that would be super. So yeah, take care of yourself there, Catmaster. Take care of yourself. A little bit more light there. And here too. How much more do we want up here? Not too much. What I will probably do is come back with my maybe the Williamsburg, more bluish Payne's gray. We also have to get sort of that rust color there on those few bits of armor. Why don't we do that right now? And again, everybody, please check out the link that Holt Mini Paint just put there for you to see. A couple links. One's a Instagram, one's a Facebook. Go check those out. And again, please give Holt Mini Paint a follow as well. Where's my Terra Rosa plus the brown matter here? We want to get a decent amount of thinner into this. Remember that Terra Rosa, it's an opaque color. It's going to take a fair amount of thinner to make that into a pin line wash. That's fantastic. And of course, Real Denethor, if you did want to share some of that in the chat, sure that would be fabulous. And again, just going to throw some of the little bit of rust here. This part of the armor. Not too much. Not too much. Just a little bit here. Holt Mini Paint, that would be fantastic if you want to give people maybe a little bit of a heads up as to, would it be Saturday during the day and the evening or something like that. I know you don't probably even know yourself right now at this point, but if you want to give folks kind of a general idea of when and such. Now I can say I need to get me some of my dark down in here. That's also mostly just a pin line wash, practically. Not quite. Now where's my... Fine. I'll just put a little bit of this down here on the edges of the... Well, maybe we will try to clean this out a little bit here. That'd be fantastic, Denethor. So can everybody please give Holt Mini Painting a follow? You know what? Here, let's do this. This is the Payne's Gray from Winsor Newton. So it's a very different color than the Williamsburg that we were just doing on this one. So you can see that's not going to have that bluish tint the way this one does. So hoping for a Saturday around the 7 p.m. Central Time. So again, everybody please give Holt Mini Paint a follow, because if you do, then you're guaranteed not to miss anything. So I just kind of dry brush that darker color back in there. It's a dry brush, but all of this wet paint, it's mixing together. Yeah, so if you want to again see some live streaming with the oil paints, again, please give Holt Mini Paints a follow. Now more of our Payne's Gray here. Some brown matter. That's awful dark brown matter there, but let's hit these arrow shafts here. I just realized those were getting a little bit too light. The shield, we could hit it with a different color. We could put a Gondor symbol on there, whatever. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link there. Again, we appreciate everybody that's been part of the Battle for Cathy charity. We are super appreciative of that and all the stuff that people are doing. Again, people that have donated there, the folks that have done the cheering, the subs, and the bits and everything, and also, of course, the people that helped us out with the Amazon wish lists. We still actually have those going on. Those tend to be for either more generic household type items that we tend to kind of go through really quickly. Nothing, nothing terribly fancy in any of those lists. Yeah. Now, what do we want to do up here with that? I like that to be a little lighter, but maybe it needs to have almost some yellow in there. Thank you so much, Grumdy. It's so funny, Grumdy. I was wondering if you'd actually had to take off and go to bed. Thank you so much, Holt Mini Paint and Grumdy. Appreciate that. So, Grumdy, if you want to, please share your link one more time, if you don't mind, of all of your amazing painted armies and such on your Instas there. Because I looked at the time, I saw it's midnight here, it's midnight for you. And I thought, well, it ain't a Saturday. So I think Grumdy's probably going to have to be heading off pretty soon. Okay, just hitting a few little quick lights there. Now maybe here, maybe on this edge. Yeah, let's do that. I see Night Whisper. Thank you so much, Night Whisper and Lethal Shadows. How you doing? Nice to see you again, Lethal Shadows. Actually, Lethal Shadow, I actually have to ask you a question. Just a friend of mine does not have a 3D printer. He has the files, and I'll ask you that question. Just shoot you a message about that, because I said, well, if you don't have a printer, Lethal Shadows Gaming is the place to go. Lethal Shadows, if you could share your stuff in the chat, if you don't mind doing that. And of course, again, for all of your 3D printing needs, but also you got the miniature holders, you've got the paint brushes. I know that Jinxed and some of the other folks here in the chat also have used those brushes. Actually, Tea Kettle was in here. Tea Kettle was in here earlier. I know that she uses those. So again, everybody please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow if you could. You know what? I don't think I really got the... Well, here, let me just go more with the Terra Rosa here. So yeah, Lethal Shadows, if you want to explain the paintbrush system a little bit and what makes it quite unique and different from what you typically get paintbrush-wise out there on the market. So yeah, lots of folks have been utilizing, again, those the brand new brushes from Lethal Shadows Gaming. So please go check those out. You know what? Let's go back. Let's go all the way over here to our fast matte white, and we need to get a few of the... Again, we're not looking at shiny bright highlights. We're just looking to get a couple of edges here. That's all. So again, if everybody can check out Lethal Shadows Gaming, again, Lethal Shadows has kind of been talking about what those interesting new brushes are all about. Now what we need to do here is get that little edge of that channel right there. Boom.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gums.
And thank you so much. We have ourselves a new follow. We have a Delusional Wonder. It's like, dude, you'd be less delusional if you'd ease up on the pipe weed. It's like, dude, at least I got a head, I got a face. You don't. It's like, I do. It's just on another plane of existence. Now, who's looking about the one who's talking about somebody being high? It's like, seriously, man, I'm a wraith, man. I'm in another plane of existence. Boy, oh boy, poor ring wraiths, man. They can't catch a break. What the heck? And dandelions of Middle Earth. They, I think one is the Witch King on a Fell Beast, and then the other one is more of a, I think, generic ring wraith on Fell Beast. I have those files. However, I need to hook up the much larger printer to be able to deal with those. All right, let's get a few little lights right in here. Oh, and I do appreciate all of the follows because I think now yeah we passed the 7,600 mark, so we appreciate that everybody again that does the follow thing. Gandalf, he likes all of his little hobbitses, all of the little hobbitses. Boy, Lethal Shadows, you timed that impeccably. Seriously, because the 15th it's the next treatment day, so that's where we're gone the entire day. We leave the house at 8 o'clock in the morning, don't get back till 5 something o'clock from the infusion. So you timed that perfect. That was spectacular. I was kind of worried actually a little bit. It's like, ooh, this could be something where it's just sitting around while we're not here. But that's perfectly timed, Lethal Shadows. Perfect timing. And then, of course, we will have a chance to dip those in the oil paints. As let's see, that will be Thursday. Well, yeah. So Lethal Shadows. Now, of course, again, that depends on how she reacts to this latest round. But we do happen to have should be streams coming that Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So that would be fantastic. Yeah, Lethal Shadows. I don't think it'll get here. Now, is it, well, we'll see if it's a post office, a UPS. If it's post office, it might get here in 2025. If it's UPS, it should get here, no problem. But I don't think it's UPS because I'm pretty sure Kathy would have gotten a little ping on her phone. Now again, I was almost thinking of kind of a Rohan-ish type thing on that shield, but maybe not. So you can see how this starts to move in line with this, but again, see, we don't have that bluish, not quite the same amount of bluish color there. So yeah, it getting here early. I want to give it slightly less than 0% chance of that. We can just hope that it gets here. We'll hope for that. Well, Lamines, you have yourself a good night. And, well, Lamines, you might be getting some super late night messages. Again, I will just give it a shot. See if we can get that thing to print something tonight. There's just too many large-scale files that, and too many vast amounts of files that can't be done on just that one little printer. That's right, Bithron. I know your nappies there. You've been waiting on those. Which, for folks that may know, like, wait, what? That would be Napoleonics there. On this channel, we call them nappies. I just realized that in some parts of the world, the term nappy means something entirely different. That is not what we call those here. So again, it's just a little clarification. Let me see if I can't take this Payne's Gray. Yeah, that is the game. That's the Winsor Newton Payne's Gray, so it's more of a violet. Boy, Lethal Shadows. I can't believe that I'm almost down to my last jar of the simple gray. I mean, it wasn't all that long ago that I had 3.5 or 4 of them, and all of a sudden I looked and went, oh boy. Now, of course, what I think I'll do is I'll just go ahead and get some of that smoky black, which is on sale right now. We'll just mix the two together to extend it. All right, well, AD, you have yourself a good one. And of course, AD, if you wanted to share your links again one more time in the chat before you head out the door, please everybody give AD Creations a follow if you could. Follows are free. Also, too, you can follow Lethal Shadows Gaming. Oh, hey, Lethal Shadows. I saw. I think this is one of your sculpts, right? It was sort of a Draconis type figure, sort of a not a lizard man, but more of a dragon. So again, I just call those Draconids. But I think that was one of your sculpts that popped up on Instagram. I want to say yesterday or the day before. Kagomez Fury, everybody please give Kagomez Fury a follow. So yep, these are those the race from Khurzluk here. Now again, here is we did these in a basing tutorial. All of those were in one tutorial video. That the idea was to kind of using the 3D printed bits and the tree bark to create some spooky bases. So yeah, these are the ring wraiths from Khurzluk Miniatures right there. So yeah, I thought so. Lethal Shadows. I wasn't sure if that was in that particular pose. Was that a 32 28 mil, or was it actually originally a 28 mil? I know Lethal Shadows. You're trying to work on a line of busts too. Well, not a line, but a whole bunch of busts, I think. So again, everybody please give Kagomez Fury a follow, and Kagomez Fury, if you could, like always, share some of your social media links there, like your Instagrams and such. So again, 20,000 plus, more like 25,000 at this point probably. STL files that you can find on the Lethal Shadows gaming site. I'm sure the Lethal Shadows, it feels more like 75,000 trying to organize all those. So all I did there, again, we just threw that lighter color there. We're going to go a little bit of tap, tap, tap here. It's just like an airbrush, right? But no need to mask or do anything weird or anything. Nothing weird. Now I might do some Van Dyke Brown. That's a Williamsburg Indigo Van Dyke Brown here. That's actually gonna be darker than black because it actually has a color to it, right? Between the brown and the blue mixed together. Well, how do you think they make black? It's basically brown and blue mixed together. Just trying to find the deepest darks here. So there's always, again, new files. And of course, if there's something that you just have a hankering for and it may not be in that vast list of many thousands of files, you could always try to arrange something. Maybe the sad puppy dog eyes, and you never know, you might just get something printed. Gonna throw a little bit of the dark there in some of those folds. Same over here. And we have some of the mid-tones there. We have I think we have some highlights, but now we have to get into the really deep, deep darks, of which the oils do far better than the acrylics. I'll never forget the Wapelius spell brush we were painting in the same color scheme as the previous one. And I said, what's going on here? This the acrylic one, because I was painting it in oils. The previous version that I painted in acrylics looked like it had been out in the sun for a couple of months. Maybe we'll let that also catch some of our dark. Now let's go back to our calf, because that's, again, we've had a chance to let some of that paint set there. Now you can see these two guys are a little bit closer together. Once again, 3 hours, 5 minutes ago, and a level 8 hype train ago, these were just primer. That's, again, 3 hours, 5 minutes. That's the magic and the power of the oil paints right there at work. It's all right there. You too. For not a whole lot of money, well, certainly less than a whole bunch of other paint lines, like all of them. Because for the oils, you're not going to be buying 20, 30, 40 colors. The only reason I have a decent amount of tubes of paint is just because I've tried different brands just to test one against the other. In all likelihood, you're not going to be doing that. So everybody please check out Kagome's Fury shop there. Again, check out that link. Now the thing that I hope we continue to see in proliferation is the basing bits, right? So this is a video I was just filming last night. Going to edit this after the video, after the Twitch session here. But all of these Make It Epic basing bits just are, it makes all this stuff so easy. So 3D printed basing bits for the win. Hopefully more and more folks do that. Right now, Pelennor, Make It Epic, and I think it's Goon Monster Games, I believe. Those are the 3 most common names that I see. Loot Studios also does some basing bits. There's a few other folks that do some of that on more of a minor scale. I think maybe Tuxlari Factory might do some basing bits. I know was a Dragon Trapper Lodge, I think. Maybe they just do miniatures. Titan Forge, not only do they have, well, their usual miniature releases, but they also have bases too. I think Highland Miniatures might also do bases. I know they do like the raw empty bases. Don't know about bases with decor on them. You know what? I didn't want to go with my Ruster. I want to take the brown matter and mix that with the Radiant Violet. Maybe more of the Radiant Violet here on this scabbard. I realized, yeah, I don't want that to necessarily be rusty. But Grand Oracle, the Titan Forge stuff, I have to say I'm liking it more and more and more. Their new Lizardmen from I think last month or the month before, and I printed out most of their Conquistador release because I wanted to do some of the TMM and some of the non-metallic metal type videos and such with theirs to be able to compare those. So they have a 28 and a 32 mil. I think I've been printing out the 32 mil actually instead of the 28s. Mostly because, well, if you're doing AOS or something, I think the 32s are going to be the closer thing. Now, if I wanted any other stuff for Lord of the Rings, I could print it out at that 28 mil scale. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I love the. I have the Griffin printed out. That'll be for a series, I'm pretty sure. I was hoping that that one could be another one of those where I got the new camera setup that I'm still trying to put together. Again, trying to figure out if there's a little bit of instability in those type of cameras, nice as they are, or if it's the hub or whatever. Now I had them plugged into a different machine, not into a hub, and they still had a little tendency to be wonky. So I don't think it's the hub. Now, actually, here's the other thing too. I haven't actually looked up any Wild West Exodus type files. So years and years ago, Wild West Exodus, that was a big thing. And we had a whole story. We had all kinds of fun stuff built around that. And this it kind of tells you when this was done because all of the terrain was MDF. The old, and obviously people still make tons of MDF terrain. It's not as common as it was then. It was quite the rage back then. We have at least an 8x8 square table chock full of that terrain. I could maybe even fill a 10x10 with terrain. We had a train thing going on. We had all kinds of wild and crazy stuff. Every one of those buildings, there's multiple blog posts, step by step, showing how those were done. They all have interiors. They have wallpaper on the walls, carpets, posters, you name it. There's the Wappelville train station. So all of that stuff, again, there's all kinds of articles on the blog showing how that was done. Even those tombstones, the trees, the little twinkling lights, they're inside the buildings. Now, of course, it would have really been nice to have oils when I was doing this for the object source lighting, for everything. These were always, these were the first ones that I used the bark and branch method of basing on. And years later, they look just like those. No difference. Now imagine these guys with the oils. It would have taken less than half the time. Maybe a third of the time. All kidding aside, it would have taken almost no time at all to paint those things with the oils. Especially those guys, right? Now let me get back to my scene here. It takes a while to scroll all the way down there. Elrond, how are you doing? Boy, Elrond, I have an Elrond figure that I've been printing. Thank you so much, D&D. Appreciate that. Boy, Elrond, I wish that I have we have a relative. I have Galadriel there, but of course, we don't have our Elrond, the angriest elf in Middle-earth. We have, we have our Thranduil. We have multiple Thranduils. So we do have a Thranduil there. But eventually we will get ourselves, I have an Elrond figure that I'm printing out. Then we'll have the angriest elf in Middle-earth. Why is he angry? Because Gandalf keeps bringing his weird friends into Rivendell. And they just keep partying there. And they just make a mess out of the place, don't they, Elrond? So Elrond, typically my Thursday stream, that begins more like around, but somewhere between 11 and midnight Central Time here. So that should be somewhere in the 7 a.m. in Germany, 6 a.m. in the UK, something like that. Yeah, Elrond, I've got, I don't think Clay Cyanide did an Elrond figure, but I know that I've got one from Printing Goes Ever On, and I'm fairly certain that Diwali, and so you could pretty much, it looks an awful lot like Elrond from the Second Age. Now, where's our Gil-galad? Now, at first I was thinking of doing the Elrond in the color scheme we did for Gil-galad here, but I don't know. Well, we could always do a couple. But I think what we might just do is we'll do our last alliance basing scheme like we did for all of our Numenor stuff. So we might just do something like that. Now Elrond, let's see. The one, do I have it here? I don't know if I have the Radiant Lemon easily available here, but there is a Radiant Lemon, so that's gambling. I think it's just a Series 2, but if I remember right, yeah, that's just a Series 2 there as well. Ironically enough, and it's not going to be a cheaper option, it's not even a better option, but Aureliolite Yellow is the color that Brilliant Yellow Pale is in. That's what makes Brilliant Yellow Pale, and I know that the Scale 75 Flow oil paints basically have that same yellow in them. Now let me see if I can bring this back here. Alright, so see that's the Pigment Yellow 74, Aerolid Yellow. Now of course this also has another yellow mixed in with it. So and it also has your titanium dioxide. So there's 3 different things mixed together there. Now, of course, Elrond, hopefully, once the situation starts to stabilize here more, I can do the Saturday challenge at the time that we used to. I used to start that at about 4 Central. And that would be more, well, it would be late at night for you. That would be in that 10-ish o'clock range at night, but it would also be a Saturday going into Sunday. So Elrond, hopefully you have been doing well. Hopefully your oil painting also goes well. I think the only other Elrond figure that I had, it was a Reaper figure. Yes, and we said that was Elrond, the crankiest elf in Middle Earth. Well, Elrond, I'm glad that you can at least catch the highlight ones. I know it's not quite as easy to get through as, say, a YouTube channel, where you can sort of, it's all in categories and it's in playlists and keywords. But hopefully at least the thumbnails make it possible to spot an episode that you might want to see. There we are. Now, of course, again, I was originally planning on doing some more of the Lazy Squire games miniatures tonight, but wasn't quite able to get the other ones prepped. These were all ready to go. So that's why we're doing these Wraiths. Well, also I'd wanted to do these a couple of weeks ago. Just you can see we're trying to hit this one area, not everywhere equally, right, with the lighter coat. Now I think what we're going to need to do here is come back with some of our dark. Would it be pin line wash? Maybe not. Let me see if I can do this without having to do a pin line wash. Bingo. Now also Elrond too, if you've got some things you've been working on with the oils and you would like to share those in the chat. We love it when people can see things that have been painted with the oil paints. It just makes people feel a little bit more secure. Like, oh yeah, look at everybody else is able to figure out their own way of using the oils. And everybody does develop their own method with it. And it'll change. I know mine. I don't even paint the oils the same way I did 2 months ago, much less 2 years ago, or 4 years ago, or 6 years ago. I discover new things, whether it's new paints, new ideas. And I say, oh, well, like all the metallic stuff, the fluorescent stuff. Never would have thought there were fluorescent oil paints. There are, plus you can also make your own. Yes, just imagine instead of having to go to and get yet another self-spilling container of contrast paint, you could just mix your own oil paints and pretty much just cut out all the stuff in the middle. Again, hitting a couple more little darker edges up here. What about... yep, I see I need some dark down here. It's all good. Just some dark there. And then up here on some of these leathers there, we have some lights, some darks, not necessarily a bunch of middle tones. Let me see if I can get it's almost like a violet type color here. Well, Night Whisper, thanks for hanging out. I know you've been here for quite some time. Appreciate you being here. I appreciate everybody that's been here. I believe we set our record for a hype train. At least that's what it said. It is really hard to tell if I think it was something like 300% of a level 5 hype train a couple years ago. That was our high. I don't know if that equates to a level 8 hype train or not. Not sure. And here's my... No, not the Terra Rosa. I will actually grab this Radiant Violet here with the brown matter. And I'm just going to try and lighten that top edge just a smidge, maybe a little more. So She-Wolf, I don't really do too much cleaning of the brush. I have a tiny little vat of this. Most of the time I just have multiple brushes. Like in the case of the filbert brushes, or most of the time I just don't care. And maybe this is just the old oil painter in me, but this is usually the way especially the filberts are going to get clean. Is just about that much, because these are, well, we're just dry brushing with these, right? So if I put a bunch of liquid on there, well, it'll be tough to dry brush. So this is kind of how they get cleaned in progress, I guess, before the end of the session. And then, of course, to clean them off for good, that's where you bring in this Winsor Newton brush cleaner and restore. Positive thing is you can also use it for your acrylics. Another positive thing is that it's not hazardous and no vapors either. Unless you, well, and if you can't get that, there's plenty of other ones that work well also. You could even go so far as to just take dish soap, same stuff I'm going to use to wash my hands, warm water and dish soap, and do that. Dawn, it cuts out the grease. Just use some Dawn dishwashing soap and should, well, get your hands clean, should get your brushes clean too. And since we are just using, we're not using sables, right? We're just using synthetics. It's not like that's going to hurt the brush. So you can kind of use some few different things to clean out the brushes, but your high quality thinner, that's not what you want to do. I mean, that stuff just it's a little bit too pricey to be using that just to clean brushes. Now, so I just threw that lighter color right in there. I'm going to sneak this brush in here. Not this, only does that save time, however, the other thing is how am I supposed to get a million different little brush strokes of stuff in there, right? To layer that. Or just take one lighter color, slap that there, take this brush here, and then just spread it out. So Grand Oracle, it is really not going to matter one way. Sometimes I'll just forget to clean these out, and they'll still be sitting there the next day. It happens often enough. So She-Wolf, the oil paints will be just fine, because now imagine acrylics, they're going to get inside this ferrule, dry in there, and destroy your brush. Oils aren't going to do that. If anything, oil paints act as almost like a conditioner for a sable brush. I always tell the story of years ago. I had some sable brushes that were totally worn out. They had like 5 hairs left to them. And I just accidentally used one of them with oil paints. I said, what the heck tiny brush is this? What weird brush is this I have that has only 3 hairs on it that works so well? It's because the oil paint had basically rejuvenated it. So She-Wolf, yeah, when I first started using the oils again, I had tons of sable brushes because, well, being a watercolorist again by training and trade, there was lots of those around. Eventually, I couldn't replace those because any sable brushes I tried to get afterwards were, well, basically junk at the same price. I said, wait a minute. Okay, if you give me a $20 brush for 20 bucks, that's one thing. But when you give me a brush that's not as good as a 27-cent craft brush, yet still ask for $20 in exchange, then we got ourselves some issues. And that's when I just said, the heck with it. I'm going to get me one of these $5 liner brushes that's going to last 3 times as long as a sable brush, which also lets me do really fun stuff like this, which is to work in any direction. Right? That nice firm bristles there. It stands up well. I mean, it just takes a beating. Yeah, with some of these old sable brushes, they were given to me used in the 90s. And then I had used them throughout the 2000s. That's how old they were. They were basically destroyed. Then I used the oil paints with them. I said, what the heck's going on here? Where the heck did these come from? Let's see. So Grand Oracle, I do have like a couple little tiny vats that I put some of this in, just because I don't want to spill it, really, and I don't really need the cleaner very much. I will again clean out the couple of brushes that I use, usually after the stream, like right after I raid somebody. After I raid somebody, I kind of will go and try and clean the brushes when I can. And She-Wolf, one thing that's a helpful thing to do with the oil paints when you're trying them on miniatures, again, for the first time especially, is to maybe do something like this. So ironically enough, Brilliant Yellow Pale is the light color, Van Dyke Brown is the dark color. Only mention this because in our watercolor class, we had one color that we got to work with for the first several months of the year. It was Van Dyke Brown. Guess what? This is Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale. Now here, we'll do a quick little film noir. And once you kill any saturation, you can see, well, now they're both value studies. But here you don't have to necessarily think like, okay, what's the consistency of that Payne's Gray from Williamsburg versus the Payne's Gray from Winsor Newton? The opaque colors, right? The more translucent dark colors. Here you just have 2. So that might not be the worst thing to do for your first miniature. Also, remember, less is more. More is way too much. That's why we use these filbert brushes. That's why we just do the dry brushy type stuff. Grand Oracle. I do kind of like these things, right? Because they're just so designed to not tip over that they're really. I mean, you can really hit these things and they don't necessarily fall over too easy. And of course, well, I think you've seen the 2D. Yeah, here we go. This is one of our Thursday sessions. Same oil paints, but look, that's almost like a watercolor right there. That's all the same oil paints, literally, that we are using right here on this guy. Same oil paints. And the idea there was just to show, as with all of the 2D stuff, is how all of those same principles really do apply to a miniature. Composition, all the different forms of contrast, color contrast, saturation contrast, warm versus cool, edge contrast. Oh, and by the way, see, these skulls are a little bit darker. Again, if these were sitting out in the middle of the desert, well, then you can do that whole bleached bones thing. Skulls sitting here where they're probably just getting a lot of water soaked into them or whatever, a lot of soil. Well, they're almost going to be black. Well, thank you so much, Patrick. Welcome back. How are you doing? Boy, it's been a little while, I think. I think it's been quite some time. Everybody, again, please give Patrick a follow. So, Patrick, we're working with our traditional oil paints right out of the tube. Right out of the tube. 3 hours and 31 minutes ago, these two guys were just primer. So from this to this in, well, basically less than 3.5 hours, because there was some raids and there was some hype train madness included. Maker Bees, nice to see you. Hey, so Patrick, if you want to share any of your stuff in the chat, any Instagram links, things that you've been working on your stream, please go ahead and do so. Thank you so much, Maker Bees. Appreciate that. He says, ooh, those hobbits totally not in Bree. It's like, dude, they're in the tavern right there. It's like, yeah, but don't fall for that pillow trick that Aragorn does. Like, oops, kind of gave it away there, didn't I? So thank you so much for that follow, Maker Bees. Now, of course, let's show you a couple of our recent streams. This was our latest stream. I believe this was Saturday. Here was the Friday stream. So these are both from Lazy Squire Games. You can see a little bit more intensity to the coloration here. A lot of phthalo green, the Egyptian violet. Now, some people would say this is a limited palette. Believe it or not, there's more different colors on this than there are on this. This one here essentially was almost painted with about 6 colors. That's about it. This one actually had double that. You have phthalo greens, Terra Rosa, brown matter, Egyptian violet, a couple of different types of blue there. Hey, Mikey, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Mikey. How are you doing? So again, these two right here, but guess what? It can get even more intense. It can get even more intense because here's some more oil painted stuff, whether it's object source lighting or whether it's some interesting skin tones. It can get even more intense than that as we break out Prinkles, the Imperial War Kitty. There you are. And watch what happens here. Here, let me move these guys back a little bit. Oh, thanks, Kigomisphere. Appreciate that. So here we go. Watch what happens right here. You almost don't see any sort of a value change there. That's because there is no value change there. Bright orangey red, a semi-intense, that was our Fanchon red at the time, and then here you're going to see a Prussian blue with some of the, I think probably radiant turquoise in there. There you go. So this and this virtually the same value, but the color temperature is different, right? Now, one more thing I just want to show you here. Object source lighting. Typically, people say, well, it's all about light and dark. I mean, it doesn't hurt. However, watch us make the object source lighting go away. Mostly gone. Because what you don't see, here we'll tip them this way. So we bring this back. Cooler, grayer, duller colors here. Very intense, warm orange colors here. It's the color and temperature contrast that create the object source lighting there. And that's again possible with the oil paints. And here's our big three. Right out of the tube. These two right here, Gamblin and Winsor Newton, very similar in price and quality. Good stuff, very solid. Geez, I've been using Winsor Newton stuff forever. Gamblin I hadn't heard of before. The Williamsburg, when they say handmade oil color, that is for real. That is a completely legit thing. This will set you back more, but it is a superior paint on a few different levels, again, from these guys here. And again, those are all paints that I can get here in the U.S. You can also get them in Europe. Well, heck, Winsor Newton is made in France, so should be able to get them there. Let me see. So, Dark Sword and Reaper Miniatures, they have some critters. If you're looking for stuff that's not, you don't have to 3D print. I would suggest, again, Dark Sword and Reaper Miniatures, only because we painted a ton of Dark Sword stuff. Now, again, if you want to get into the 3D printing, see, Make It Epic, basing bits here, foxes, bunnies. I know there's wolves. There might even be birds as well. There might even be some birds. I'm not quite sure. Now we're gonna. Speaking of 3D printed basing bits, these trees are. You can see a whole bunch more. This was in one of our tutorial videos we just did, right there. Oh, hey, Grand Oracle, you're going to see some interesting Dark Sword stuff in videos coming up, because Jim just sent me the new dragons and the new, like the Cyclops. So that just showed up in the mail today. I was going to do a video because they're all in resin, and he says that they're designed to be a lot easier to put together, as in a lot easier. So I think I'm going to be doing a video on that, then doing some basing videos with them, and then obviously painting videos, because they have all the dragons. So I thought I would do tutorial videos on the brass dragon, the white one, the red one. You know where I'm going. She-Wolf, the best thing about the printing aspect, of course, well, several things. All right, well, speaking of Reaper Miniatures, that's a Reaper figure, but all of this stuff here, the amphorae and the columns and such, that's all 3D printed. This figure, right, it doesn't exist. This is 3D printed. Right, all of this stuff here, aside from the tree bark, all of this is 3D printed. Diwali, printing goes ever on. And the other advantage, of course, is to be able to print things at different sizes. Now, where did she go? So this was printed at 28 millimeter, right? Lord of the Rings scale, so I can use it in a game. There's another version of this file, which is 72 mil tall. And I can print that out, obviously, for a more kind of decorative type thing. Also, 72 mil. This is one piece. This was quite literally printed, prime it, paint it. One piece. If that was a resin miniature, that would be 10 pieces, 12, 14 pieces, something like that. And of course, well, then it gets even crazier with something like Lost Kingdoms. I mean, here's a size comparison for you. Now, for all you young horse riders out there, we don't recommend this approach to your equestrian pursuits. This is a little bit dangerous. But again, that's from Lost Kingdom Miniatures. That was about 4 pieces, maybe. I think it was the tail, uh, the head, and then the rider, so to speak. So that's the kind of stuff that you're really not going to find. And then let me see. Well, again, fabulous things like this from Arch Villain. Where's there's some more of our stuff? Oh, and also too, here's those are 3D printed palm trees. The miniatures themselves are from Song of Ice and Fire, but the palm trees are printed. That's all 3D printed right there. So are those. Let me see. Here's our yeah, this is all 3D printed right here. Where's our dwarves? Where's my here again? Some really fun 3D printed stuff. Spectacular. And oh, where's my more art? Yeah, these are all 3D printed again. A huge variety. Look at this. Walrus people. Nobody makes these out of metal or resin or anything. And then, of course, well, something like this. I needed these for a tutorial video. I could print out as many as I needed. If I needed 20, I print out 20. And She-Wolf, that will kind of depend on your, what kind of costs are you looking to absorb. There's so many printers on clearance right now. There's a printer that I still haven't hooked up yet that when I got it was around, well, it had just finally gone under $500. Now it's on clearance for $279. That same gigantic printer. Enormous. The small printer that I'm using right now, that was about 400. And that wasn't new, necessarily brand new at the time. Grand Oracle, actually I have some of those, the metal dragons there. But all kidding aside, Grand Oracle, I know with, it's one of the other person who has actually had the Dark Sword thing since the beginning, like from years ago. Essentially, they'll say, look, give me one of those instead of 2 or 3 or 4 small miniatures. They'll say, look, give me that one big thing. Oh gosh, let me see if I can find it for you here. I don't know if I can, but it was a Dark Sword diorama that had 3, 4 miniatures on there. I don't know again if I can find it. Let me see. Where is it? Nope, that's not it. I don't know if I can find that one. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't quite know where that one is. But it was a little diorama of Dark Sword stuff. And he said, look, just give me that one. And that'll take care of a few months worth of stuff. But Grand Oracle, all kidding aside, if you say, you know what, look, could I just have a dragon or a couple of dragons? Obviously, I have the miniatures, but if you would maybe be interested in one of the dragons, then, or a few, we could send those. So now, of course, there's different types of resin. Now, I use the Soraya Simple, which, of course, now they've changed it, but they call it water washable. It's not really water washable. Now, I just use rubbing alcohol. You don't need that nasty 90%, 95% alcohol to wash it. But that's a whole different ball of wax there. Again, all you would need is basically just hot water. Now, the one thing about the Soraya Simple is you cannot use a wash and cure station because you must let that thing dry completely before you cure it. I don't have a Saturn myself. Unfortunately, Laminess is not in here, and I don't know if Sarge is here, but I know both Sarge and Laminess have. Uh, I think they. I know Sarge has a Saturn printer. I think Laminess has multiple Saturn, multiple generations of Saturn printers. So Maker Bees, these little stacks out here on the palette, especially the more opaque stuff or the Egyptian violet, and some of those they could be out there for days and days and days. The brown matter and some of the other colors that'll actually be dry the next day. Now this miniature itself and the other miniature, these will both be dry by tomorrow. So the miniatures themselves, the paint does not take very long to dry at all because we're not using very much paint on there to begin with. On the palette, obviously a little different situation because it's a little pile of paint there. But again, some colors will last longer than others. Some colors just are faster drying by nature. And of course, like Grand Oracle says, if you cover the palette, it'll potentially make them not dry so fast. But I just use a tiny little bit. And they're just on a sheet of, let me see if I can grab one here, just a sheet of parchment paper. And I just clip it to a piece of cardboard. That will sometimes gather up the excess linseed oil, and then all you gotta do is just chuck this thing in the garbage, and that's it. Also, too, in addition to, well, the miniature painting here, this is also done with the oil paints. Usually on Thursday is when I do some 2D art streams. And again, the idea is to show off sometimes the colors that we will use on miniatures, but exact same paints in 2 dimensions. Literally the same exact colors and paints on both things. So yeah, marker beads, it will depend. Something like a brown matter, that's more of a plant-based color. That stuff, it dries incredibly fast. Now, Egyptian violet, that's a slow dryer. Of course, cadmium colors, those will be really slow to dry. They're also on the pricier side. That's why I've kind of come up with some alternatives to the cadmium colors. Denethor, glad you were able to get that posted. If everybody could please check out Real Denethor's link, that'd be fabulous. And of course, again, Patrick, if you wanted to post anything that you've been working on your stream, if you want to post that in the chat, that'd be fabulous. Now, with the oil paints, you're also going to want a really high quality thinner. And this is how much we need. This is a water bottle cap. That's it for the thinner. I don't clean my brushes with it. I use this. Winsor Newton. Oh, look, and it works for dried acrylic as well. Not hazardous, no vapors. Really good stuff. My wife was using that for her acrylic paints to clean that stuff out of the brushes, which is way harder to clean out of your brushes than the oil paints, I'll tell you that. Because the oil paints are not getting into this ferrule and drying in there. So can everybody please check out Denethor's oil painted miniature there. Oh, some of the other benefits of the oil paints. The colors, acrylic paint next to it looks like it's been faded in the sun for a couple of years by comparison. For those looking for longevity in their miniatures, the oil paints are rugged. They can really take a hit. Whereas the acrylic paints can sort of just slough off a miniature. I've painted entire miniatures, plastic ones with no primer on them, with the oils. So just another little thing to consider, that the oil paints are very, again, rugged, very, very rugged. Now, Kagome's Fury, if you wanted to post your links again, everybody please give Kagome's Fury a follow. Sorry if I didn't ask you to do that sooner there, Kagome's Fury. There. And of course, what's fun with the oil paints, you can make your own oil paints. We quite literally made our own homemade fluorescent oil paints of all colors: magenta, green, yellow, orange, blue, you name it. You can also make your own metallic oil paints. So this is all entirely painted with oils, and yes, that is all metallic there. Absolutely incredibly flexible. Now here on this little pouch here, you can see I'm actually bringing in a little bit of green. So what we're going to do is just drop a little bit of green there, and then we're going to go tap, tap, tap. We're going to spread that around. We can even take this blending brush here, soften that up some more. This is another reason why we don't have a ton of oil paint on the miniature. We slap a color on, we grab a brush here that doesn't have any paint on it, and we just do a little tap, 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 and we spread that around. No problem, Kagolmis Fury. No problem. It's that's just what I love about Twitch so much. Now, of course, what can happen with Twitch is every so often a tyrant comes along. That person that kind of takes over a game. No, that's Tabletop Tyrant with that raid. How you doing, Tabletop Tyrant? Great to see you again. Let me see. I just want to make sure I didn't miss Maker Bees here. Wait, that's scrolling past me here. So Maker Bees, there might be, there's a couple extra colors on the palette here, a couple of different Payne's Grays because we wanted to compare them on a channel here. Typically there's 12 to 14 colors on the palette, and that's about it. That's so hopefully that answers your question right there. We let this be the palette. As you can see, there's not a lot of mixing that happens here on the palette. This big blob over here, that's just the pre-glaze that we wiped away with our sponges. So the vast majority of this, no mixing. This is where the mixing happens. So Tabletop Tyrant, great to see you. Oh, no problem, Denethor. No problem. Boy, She-Wolf, that would be a snazzy printer. Yeah, mine is just a junky old 4K. And that's what all this stuff is printed on. Really, all of these things are all printed on that 4K. Even this, right? Just printed on the 4K. And well, let's see, where's our... Nope, 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 that's not the one. That is not the one I'm looking for. But I'm even... So something like this. This is a one-piece print. Having put together this ancient poor Alex the Cave Troll here, that's about 10 metal pieces. This is one piece. So, take your pick. And I can print as many of this as I want. So Maker Bees at 12, not a bad start there. The only reason I have more, again, is because I'm doing the specialty metallic stuff, the fluorescent stuff, and seriously, I meant mixing my own paint. That's fluorescent pigment powder and linseed oil. Made my own oil paint right there. So She-Wolf, there's a couple of things you can do with that printer. You can actually put it inside. Well, they actually make specialty tents now for printers. But you can put it inside something like a grow tent. That resin that I was telling you about before, that has way less fragrance because you don't, again, need that 99% alcohol to clean it. So you don't have the stench of the alcohol on top of the resin. The resin itself doesn't quite have that same, again, smell. Some resins are going to have way more smell than other ones. You can put it in the ground. I just have mine in the basement in a nice little cubby hole. I can be 4 feet away from that printer and not smell anything. Hey, Sparrow, nice to see you again. Now, Sparrow, are you using like a mesh mixer or, gosh, what's the other one? I always keep forgetting both of them. Oh, gee whiz. What is the other one? Like Mesh Mix. Oh, thank you so much, Tabletop Tyrant. Appreciate that. Thanks, Market Maker Bees. That's usually the first one I think of is Blender, and Mesh Mixer is usually the second one I think of. But, well, it was a no sleep kind of night. And, well, now we've been streaming almost 4 hours here. So the brain not working quite the same way. Well, Sparrow, that's a nice way to go there. That's was it kind of intuitive, or was there a little bit of a challenge, a learning curve there on that one? So thank you so much, Tabletop Tyrant. Everybody, please give Tabletop Tyrant a follow. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat before you head out the door, that'd be fantastic. So Elfie, that is the Soraya Simple. There's 3 different types. There's smoky black, there's clear, and there's the gray. I printed with the smoky black for the longest time, but now basically I print with the gray because it's a little bit easier to remove them from the support. So there's the smoky black, and there's the gray. In many ways, this acts more like the other types of resin when it comes to removing supports. The smoky black can just be a bit stickier, and again, it can be more difficult to remove the supports. However, just keep in mind you cannot use a wash and cure, because if the print is wet and you cure it, it will just go kaplooey. It'll just crack and fall apart into 1,000 pieces. So no wash and cure if you're using the Soraya Simple. It's not a big deal to me because I never had one, so I'm just used to washing them myself. But Sparrow, that's fantastic that you were able to bend that to your will. Again, I wish I had the time to try and check those out and learn those. We had even thought maybe at a certain point, and if Kathy's still not able to hold brushes in her hand or sit at the table any period of time, which is the case right now, maybe she could even try and maybe do some tutorials on Mixer and Blender and some of those other free ones. Sure thing there, Grand Oracle. Definitely want people to have all the information possible in the chat, for sure. Now, we're just using some Van Dyke Brown here, again, with just a little bit of our indigo. So that's not black, that actually has a color to it. And again, here's our second one here. We might go with a little bit more of it. Yeah, here, let's go with a little more, maybe rust on our shield and such. It must be about 1:09 in the morning because I see surface tension painting. Surface tension painting, how you doing? If everybody could please give surface tension painting a follow, that would be fantastic. And surface tension, you want to post your links there unless you're unless you're out walking the dog already. And walking while you're on the phone. Here, we get our yellow. Maybe not too much of that. There, we'll get back to our Terra Rosa. Let's see if we can put some lighter rust on this shield here in just a couple of places. More of that lighter rust over here, just in a few spots. Not a lot, just in a few. And then maybe, not that light. Here, a little bit more of our Terra Rosa again. So there's a bit, is that a YouTube channel on some printing there? On learning Blender. So precision modeling in Blender. That's a YouTube channel. So Maker's Tale. Oh, that sounds familiar, Grand Oracle. Why the heck does that sound familiar? Oh, you know what? Here, I'm going to use a bit of my Terra Rosa We have a color contrast there. It is not a value contrast. Both of those are the exact same light and dark. However, one is an orangey red, the other one is just, well, gray. Surface tension, I was going to try and paint another one of the Lazy Squire miniatures, but I wasn't able to get the other ones prepped in time. And, well, we have one or two of these, right? Like that. We have all of those prepped and ready to go. I said, you know what, let's do these. Let's play around with some Payne's Gray. A couple of different types of Payne's Gray. Now, how's about we have a little bit of our rusty orange there. So yeah, where's our these were those first couple of Lazy Squire miniatures there. Who knows, maybe either Thursday or, well, it kind of depends. Again, we're entering into that time frame where I'm not quite sure whether yeah, I might be able to stream, but it might have to be the super late night streams. Again, I don't know. Every one of these treatment rounds is different. Sometimes you say, oh, well, the last one went, that one was a little bit easier. This next one should be even better. And then you find out, yeah, it's totally the opposite. So you never quite know what's going to happen. And I'm throwing a little bit more here of that. Again, that's the lighter rust color. Maybe some of that here. Back to more of the Terra Rossa. That's better. Now I might play around with here a little bit of Prussian blue. And then, where's my blending brush here? Let's just use this. Surface tension. Yeah, how we talk about not all paint brands are the same. Now, I actually have that out on the palette here. Where is it? So here's a tale of two Payne's Grays. This one going to be vastly superior to this one. This one also is going to cost about 2.5, 3 times as much as this one. However, this is a very bluish color. This one, as you can see, a very different type of a color. However, again, this one is kind of wimpy. This one is a little more hefty. For all you older Americans who might remember that particular commercial. Oh, Pierce, was that... oh, wait a minute. Was it this one? I don't know if it was this one or where's our other Boz? Here he is. So here's a pair of Bozes right there. Now this was the fun one where we did all the conversion and such, and then painted the banner. So I wasn't sure if this is the one that you're talking about, but that's fun. I still haven't had a chance to use Boz and all 6 of his might in a game. Of course, whenever you see a Boromir, it's always great to have a Grima crying into his handkerchief right there, right? Turning that 6 points of might down into 3 because, reasons, right? Let's see. So yeah, that Payne's Gray, there's surface tension. Yeah, not all colors are made the same. Now, of course, there's plenty of Winsor Newton paints that I use all the time that I really like. But that Payne's Gray, there's a reason why that hasn't been out on the palette for quite some time. And by quite some time, I mean a very, very, very long time. Now, we were throwing some more dark onto our horsey here. I'm going to actually get a little bit of reflected light on the armor over here, if you can see this. Just like Grand Oracle was saying, printers I always use the phrase plug and pray as opposed to plug and play. They're not like using your typical paper printer. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, and sometimes for absolutely no reason. You're going to have to find printer settings that work for you. You're also going to have to deal with things like supports. You're also going to have to decide, do you want to use Chidubox like I do, or another slicer like Liche? There are several different types. There are reasons why I use one. There are reasons why other people use other ones. I will never be switching over because it would also mean redoing potentially thousands of build plates. And I'm not going to do that because I don't have the time. I also don't have time to learn an entirely new slicing software. So for me, Chidubox, again, other folks use other things. But those are the kind of things that I didn't realize, when I was first doing 3D printing, that the slicing, all the supports, and some companies are much better at it than others. Some are really downright terrible at it. Some don't provide any at all. You will find out the hard way. There is no other way to put it. You will find out by having failed prints what works and what doesn't. Well, Pierce, hopefully, like you say, it's been getting easier, and of course, it's never a bad idea with freehand. Right, just draw it out first, maybe. And here, this is a tutorial video I did. So we did it the exact same size as it is on the miniature. Same thing with the shield, right? So I was already familiar with it before I ever painted it on here. I'd already painted it, drawn it out several times. So it was much easier to do that. Any kind of, I'd already established a lot of familiarity with the design before I ever tried to even paint it on the miniature. So like Grand Oracle says, I mean, for me, there's no way I could survive without the 3D printing. I mean, even if you exclude the 3D printed basing bits, there's just no way. And of course, again, those basing bits let you do everything from something like this to potentially a birch forest like this one right here. Here, let me get some more of my lighter green down here. This is the radiant green. That will also act as a little bit of a contrast to all of the oranges and browns that we have in the bark right there. Like so here. And Daria, nice to see you back. Nice to see you back. I hope that you have been doing well. Hopefully your painting also goes well. This is the one place I haven't really tried to establish any kind of mid-tones or so. And just like Grand Oracle was saying, okay, here's an example. I absolutely love these resin. These are resin bits by Green Stuff World. These are fantastic. However, there's only one of these in the set, and it is this size only. Now, it'll work great for this figure, right? But for a 72 mil figure, maybe that's not so great. Again, there's only one of these. I could print this out as many as I want. If it was an STL file, I could print out as many as I want, whatever scale I wanted. All right, see you later, Kagomi's Fury. You have yourself a good night. Well, Hindurian, I'm just glad that you're able to at least get to some of it. I know for so many folks, it's been difficult for them. Whatever real life things coming along or the things that get in the way of the painting. There's any number of things that can do that. So there's remember that video that I was originally it was just gonna be like a 5-minute video. All the things I wish I knew about 3D printing before I started, has now become more like a 5-hour rant video. Where I still keep learning things that, oh yeah, wish I knew that before. That would have been nice. There's always going to be some new lesson that you learn, potentially the hard way. And there will be times where you'll watch one of those YouTube videos which might be completely correct for somebody else. For your situation, your climate, your printer, the files you're using, what they say might not be quite so accurate. Which, believe me, that gets pretty darn confusing. Because I've watched some of those videos and had people tell me, look, you have to do this. Only to find out by personal experience that in my situation, that is not the case. In their situation, yes. My situation, nope. Has what they do does not work in with my printer or my resins or the files that I use or the kind of system that I create. So Arid, everybody please check out Arid's link there. The Pinstagram link, as we like to say here. So Arid, you have yourself a good one. Sorry I didn't see that. And have a safe commute to work there, of course. Alright, so you can see there I was actually using green. We have a bluish purple up here. We've got some green over here. Lots of different colors, even though people would look at it and say it's a limited palette. That's why I just don't use that particular phrase, because it's not really a limited palette. There's more colors in this than there is in this. That this might be, oh, that's definitely not a limited palette. No, this is more limited than this. Probably using half the colors in this than we are on this thing. Which I know that'll be a little bit freakish for some folks, going, wait, what? That really dark muted ring wraith has more colors in it than that super bright object sourcelet piece. That is definitely the case. Actually, somebody else that you also need to check out and follow is Armored Wolf Productions on Instagram and on Etsy. Armored Wolf has been hard at work this entire time, working on yet another dice bag. So if you check out, again, Armored Wolf on Instagram, you'll see all those amazing works of art, and that's what they are. The leather work, the metal work, the painting that goes into those is very intricate and very physically demanding. Yeah, Elfie and Grand Oracle, but climate makes a difference. You know, if you're in a dry area or a place where the temperature doesn't change 40 degrees over the course of 2 hours, that's a very different printing circumstance. And of course, if you're a casual printer, that's one thing. My situation is different in that printer is working 24 hours a day, or pretty darn close to it. That is not the average person. The average person has time to experiment and kind of putz around with settings and this, that, and the other, mixing resins. Now Grand Oracle, great minds think alike, because I think you must have mentioned that a few seconds before I mentioned the mixing of resin, which I only started doing for the first time, and that was only because it was a necessity. And now that I have that larger printer, you're probably going to be doing some more of that mixing of resins. mostly just so that I can stretch the resin that I really like further. Not because the final mix is superior. It's just like, well, I can make the stuff that I like last a little bit longer by doing that. So I felt like I need a little bit more light right on that edge there. Now this situation here, do we need to go with more dark there? When in doubt, make things darker. That's in the Book of Wobble. So, oh look, we have that Payne's Gray. Actually, it's a surface tension. This is that Winsor Newton Payne's Gray. Now you could have maybe gotten a fouled up tube there because I don't remember it being gritty. Cerulean Blue, that is gritty. Yeah, Elfie, that is, well, that's this. That's our weather here. And of course, if prints just took 5 minutes, that'd be one thing. But when you've got to me, my usual build plate is about 4 hours, 10 minutes on average. Here, that's like an eternity. So you have to have a resin that can withstand lots of changes. Yeah, surface tension. Now, did it also have like a big puddle of linseed oil that came out when you first opened it up? Let me see here. Let me grab. I mean, I would love to just grab something. You know what? What the heck? Now, again, this is the not homemade fluorescent oil paint. There, I just gotta grab a tiny bit of this here. Yeah, surface tension. I think it's just the nature of the beast on that one, which is kind of a pain for sure. Here, let me. This is my fluorescent orange here. And I just gotta add this in just a couple of spots here. Yeah, like Grand Oracle mentions, the grow tent, that's an option. I have one. I've never actually had a chance to set that up yet. I basically found some other methods to be able to kind of control temperatures in that area. There we go. So that is just much more impactful. There we go. Now we really have ourselves some glowing orange there. Alright, with surface tension, glad to see you in here. Again, hopefully we can catch you on the streams later this week. Now it's going to give it almost a bit more of a peachy look there, but I just want to get one little. Here, let me see if I can do this again. Bingo, that's what I'm looking to do right there. One more right there. Alright, so there now we've got our horsey there with the glowing orangey eyes. Oh, well, She-Wolf, that is fantastic. Very envious of that. Very, very envious of that. And here it is always going to be all year long too. There is no consistent time of year where, okay, this time of year it's pretty much in this range. Here it's pretty much in a range of about 100 degrees all year long. I've seen it snow in June. I've certainly had to deal with ice and frost in June. And then, of course, I've seen it be 100 degrees for a week. I've seen it snow and be 70 degrees on the same day. Not just the same day, but just a few hours apart. So yeah, and Chicago is not exactly in the it's not exactly in the frozen Northlands either. Let me see if I can throw a couple more darks up here. And like Grand Oracle was saying, you have to be kind of willing to experience some failures. There's other things too that are more like a thing about getting a Saturn or an Anycubic is it's a lot easier to find replacement parts for those, as I found out the hard way. It's a lot more difficult to get replacement stuff for Sonic for Frozen printers. That can be a lot more difficult and expensive. So see, we just chucked that Prussian blue on there. Look at this. I'm going to take this blending brush here. A little bit of tap, tap, tap. See how that's turned a really nice shade of blue there. It went from this big dark thing that, look at that. See? That's all it took. Very easy. Hey, Axon Blitz. Hey, Axon Blitz. Did you get yourself a screen protector? Or, one of the little sheets that you can tape down so that in case the vat should, for whatever reason, spring a leak? Yeah, I still haven't put that one on my Sonic Mini 4K. I do have a brand new vat, but I still haven't put those stupid things on the Sonic Mini 4K. Ah, so it comes with two stand. I think you know what, the Mono X, maybe that must be the sheet that I'm looking at. Okay, well, that's the thing that I'm hoping to set up in just a bit here. Let me see here. Do we need to? No, we have our dark on that other side. I think we're pretty solid here. Now, some of this chainmail here. Let me see if we can get this fixed up here. Yeah, one of the last things I'm going to do here, last thing is we're going to try and just get this stuff a little bit more solidified. There we go. Yep. Alright, I think that should take care of it. Now let's bring out our other one here. Again, we'll compare. There's a couple of our ring rates again. That's at 4 hours and 22 minutes for their entirety. And lots of different colors. Lots of different colors. So I do want to say thanks to everybody for all the cheers and the bitses and the subs and the follows, of course. Thanks for everybody that's contributed to this. So yeah, we really appreciate that. Say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderation, and thank you to Bithron for doing all the clips. And again, hopefully Thursday we'll be able to do our next stream. Again, it kind of depends on how Wednesday goes and then how Thursday is during the early part of the day. So I'm going to get this raid countdown started. Head over Drax's Way. Heading on over to Drax. That takes a little while. Again, done with our artist oil paints right out of the tube. No crazy mediums or anything like that. Just right out of the tube. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate it. And here we're going to head over to Drax right now.